Welcome to Sleepy Pokémon, where nostalgic adventures guide you into deep, peaceful rest. Tonight we journey through the Kanto Region, the birthplace of Pokémon study and the foundation of the world's greatest adventures. We'll explore its cities, landscapes, and legends, tracing how science, nature, and philosophy have shaped this extraordinary land. The pace will remain soft and deliberate, letting each moment unfold at its own rhythm. Chapter 1: The Foundations of Kanto. The Kanto region rests along the eastern coast of the Pokémon world, a land where mountains, forests, and the sea meet in quiet balance. To understand Kanto is to understand how civilization and nature learn to coexist. Every path, every city, and every route traces the slow meeting of human curiosity with the living rhythm of the earth. Kanto's geography tells a story, written long before humans arrived. The region's mountains formed through ancient volcanic activity, their slopes still carrying traces of minerals and fossils that reveal the earliest eras of Pokémon life. The forests between Viridian and Pewter are dense and humid, shaped by thousands of years of growth and migration. To the south, plains unfold toward the sea, where Pallet Town now rests, and the winds move freely across soft grass and open sky. The climate of Kanto is temperate, allowing a wide range of Pokémon species to thrive. In the northern ridges, hardy creatures like Geodude and Machop carve their lives among the stone. Near the rivers, Poliwag and Oddish flourish in shallow pools. Along the coasts, Tentacool drift through clear waters while Wingull follow the tides. These delicate patterns of life define Kanto's stability. The region feels alive, not because of its size, but because of its variety. Human history here began quietly. Early settlers followed rivers inland, building small communities near natural resources. Over time, these settlements evolved into the cities we know today. Pewter rose from stone, Cerulean from water, and Celadon from soil. Each city grew with a personality shaped by its landscape, creating a mosaic of culture and environment that remains visible in the modern era. Kanto also holds a unique role in the scientific history of the Pokémon world. It was here that Professor Samuel Oak pioneered the study of Pokémon behavior and classification. His work led to the creation of the first Pokédex, a device that transformed exploration into understanding. Oak's research inspired generations of trainers to see Pokémon not as instruments of power, but as living companions with their own patterns, emotions, and ecosystems. At the same time, Kanto became the birthplace of organized competition. The Pokémon League system, headquartered at the Indigo Plateau, was designed to measure not only strength, but cooperation. Its gym structure encouraged harmony between training and respect, linking the lessons of battle to the lessons of character. In this way, the League mirrored Kanto itself, structured, balanced, and deeply connected to nature. Geologically, Kanto remains one of the most studied regions on record. The volcanic formations near Cinnabar Island continue to release geothermal energy that powers research facilities. Fossil sites near Mount Tom Moon preserve creatures long extinct, their remains offering a glimpse into the evolutionary bridge between ancient and modern species. These discoveries have helped scientists understand not just Pokémon evolution, but the slow transformation of the planet itself. Spiritually, Kanto is considered the cradle of Pokémon-human coexistence. The traditions born here, compassion in training, stewardship of the land, and reverence for discovery, spread across the world. Every region that followed drew its foundations from Kanto's principles of balance. To this day, The roots and rivers that connect its towns are viewed almost as veins of history, carrying the same purpose that began centuries ago. As night falls over the region, the land itself seems to exhale. The forests quiet, the sea hums in gentle rhythm, and the lights of each city flicker like constellations. From the high cliffs of Indigo to the beaches near Pallet, every breeze carries the echo of what began here, the union of curiosity and care. Kanto endures as both map and memory. It is the first page in the living history of Pokémon. A place where adventure is born and understanding continues to grow. To study it is to trace the roots of an entire world. To rest here is to feel that even the smallest sound, the ripple of water, the hum of the wind, the song of a single Pidgey, belongs to the same gentle harmony that defines it all. Chapter 2: Ancient Landscapes and Early Settlements. Long before the modern cities of Kanto filled with travelers and trainers, the land existed in a quiet and untouched state. Its rivers carved slow paths through stone, its forests spread without boundary, and its mountains stood as silent witnesses to the birth of both Pokémon and humankind. This was the Kanto of prehistory, a landscape vast, fertile, and wild. Archaeological evidence suggests that early humans arrived in Kanto thousands of years ago, drawn by its temperate climate and rich natural resources. They settled first along the southern coasts, near what would later become Pallet Town and Vermilion City. These early communities lived in harmony with the sea, fishing and foraging while observing the movements of Pokémon along the shoreline. The relationship was not one of dominance, but of coexistence. People learned from the Pokémon they encountered, shaping their behavior around the rhythms of migration and weather. Inland, the first explorers followed the great rivers northward, discovering valleys and mineral-rich foothills. The foundations of Pewter City began as temporary shelters near quarries and caves, where ancient humans discovered fossilized Pokémon remains. These fossils fascinated early societies, sparking rituals and myths that treated them as symbols of endurance and rebirth. To this day, the cultural value of stone and fossil remains woven into Pewter's traditions. Mountains and forests became both challenge and sanctuary. The region's thick woodlands teemed with Caterpie, Weedle, and Beedrill, species whose behaviors taught early settlers lessons in balance. Observation replaced fear. People realized that every tree, every hive, every nest contributed to the greater order of the forest. This awareness marked the beginning of ecological understanding, the recognition that survival depended on respect. Around Mount Maint, Moon archaeological surveys have uncovered primitive carvings showing circular symbols surrounded by small winged figures believed to represent Clefairy. These carvings, etched into cave walls more than 1,000 years ago, suggest that ancient peoples observed and possibly celebrated lunar events alongside Pokémon. The discovery of moonstones in the same area supports the theory that these early societies recognized a connection between evolution, celestial light, and the natural world. As populations grew, settlements formed around natural corridors used by migrating Pokémon. These trails later evolved into Kanto's numbered routes. What began as simple footpaths, widened by repeated travel, became the arteries of trade and exploration that still define the region's structure. Each route holds its own ecological character, shaped by the types of Pokémon that first inhabited it. The first tools of Kanto's people were crafted from the land itself. Stones from Pewter's cliffs became axes and carving instruments. Clay from Cerulean's rivers formed early vessels. The study of these artifacts shows not just ingenuity, but care. None of these materials were overused. The balance between taking and replenishing was deeply understood. Pokémon at this time were not domesticated in the modern sense. Partnerships existed, but they were loose and built on mutual benefit. Herding Pokémon such as Tauros and Ponyta assisted with transportation, while flying types carried messages across valleys. This early cooperation set the foundation for the trainer relationships that would emerge much later. It was not about ownership, but about shared survival. Trade between early communities established the first connections across Kanto. Fossils and minerals from the north were exchanged for coastal food, and crafted tools from the south. These exchanges built cultural bridges and slowly transformed isolated groups into a unified region. The structure of these early societies reflects Kanto's natural balance, different areas providing unique strengths that, when shared, created stability. Even the naming of landmarks reveals reverence. Rivers were named after the Pokémon that lived within them. Mountains were marked by symbols of the moon and sun. The environment shaped not just how people lived, but how they thought. Their languages, their songs, and their rituals were reflections of the land's living pulse. Over time, these settlements evolved into the first true towns. Pallet became the southern center of learning. Pewter grew from quarry to sanctuary. Cerulean rose where water carved the earth, and Viridian took root where forest met plain. Each location carried the identity of the terrain it came from, ensuring that the spirit of the wild remained even as civilization advanced. By the time written history began, the relationship between humans and Pokémon in Kanto had already reached a rare harmony. People did not see Pokémon as tools or dangers, but as partners within a shared ecosystem. That ancient respect still echoes in the philosophies of modern researchers and trainers. When you stand today on a route once walked by these first settlers, the air carries their memory. The same forests whisper, the same rivers flow, and the same Pokémon continue their timeless patterns. Kanto's story began not with conquest, but with understanding, a lesson preserved in its soil, its fossils, and its silence. Chapter 3: Pallet Town, the cradle of discovery. At the edge of Kanto's southern coast lies Pallet Town, a quiet settlement surrounded by gentle hills and the wide blue sea. To the untrained eye, it appears simple: a handful of houses, a dirt road, and the sound of waves washing against the cliffs. Yet this small town holds immense significance. Pallet is where modern Pokémon study began, where curiosity evolved into science, and where countless journeys first took shape. The town's name captures its essence. A palette is a blank canvas, a beginning upon which color can be added. Every story that leaves Pallet is a stroke of imagination painted across the map of Kanto. Its peaceful setting was no coincidence. The area's open fields and mild weather made it the perfect environment for observation, a place where Pokémon could be studied in their natural habits without interference. Pallet's most defining presence is Professor Samuel Oak. His research laboratory stands at the heart of the town, surrounded by gardens where Pokémon roam freely. Oak's work transformed Kanto's understanding of Pokémon life. He pioneered methods of classification, established behavioral studies, and created the first complete Pokédex, a system that cataloged and connected information across species. Oak's approach was rooted in empathy. He believed that studying Pokémon required trust, not control. His field assistants learned to document movement patterns, diet, and communication by watching, not disrupting. In his lectures, he often spoke of balance, describing trainers as caretakers of both history and future. His influence radiated outward from this small coastal town, shaping the philosophy of every league and research center that followed. The design of Pallet reflects the town's purpose. Houses are arranged along a single winding path leading toward the laboratory. No high walls, no cluttered streets. Each home has open space, fruit trees, and clear views of the sea. The simplicity encourages calm, creating an atmosphere where both humans and Pokémon live in mutual rhythm. In the evenings, lights from the lab cast a soft glow across the hills, guiding travelers like a lighthouse. Though small, Pallet has produced many notable trainers and scholars. Each generation begins here by receiving a partner Pokémon from Professor Oak's care. This moment, though simple, has become a ritual across the world, a symbol of stepping forward, of curiosity taking its first breath. Many of the trainers who shaped Kanto's modern identity began their journeys under the same sunrise that warms Pallet's coast each morning. The surrounding environment adds to the town's serenity. To the south lies a wide bay where Magikarp leap in silver arcs and Wingulls circle overhead. To the north, gentle grasslands transition toward Viridian forest. Rattata and Pidgey dart between the tall blades, and the air hums softly with life. Researchers often use these nearby fields as open classrooms, where new apprentices learn observation and patience before venturing farther. Pallet also serves as a center for interregional communication. Messages and data gathered from distant researchers often return here for classification and archiving. The town's isolation helps maintain focus, while its location along the coast allows easy travel to Vermilion's ports when needed. This balance between solitude and access has made Pallet indispensable to global Pokémon study. In cultural memory, Pallet Town represents humility. It reminds trainers that greatness begins in quiet places, and that wisdom is built through listening before acting. Visitors often describe a feeling of calm the moment they arrive, as though the town itself encourages reflection. Its lack of noise, its unhurried pace, and the soft sound of the sea create a kind of timeless peace. Even today, Pallet remains largely unchanged. New generations of researchers study in the same rooms where Oak once made his early discoveries. His notes, still preserved, continue to guide scientific ethics in Kanto and beyond. Outside the lab, Pokémon wander through the fields freely, symbols of the ongoing harmony between knowledge and nature. When the sun sets over Pallet, its light stretches across the water, painting the horizon in gold and rose. The town falls quiet, except for the distant call of a Pidgeotto soaring home. In that moment, it becomes clear why so many stories begin here. Pallet is not just a location. It is a state of mind, a reminder that curiosity, when guided by kindness, can change the world. Chapter 4: Route 1 and the Ecology of Lowlands. North of Pallet Town stretches a gentle expanse of open fields and forest edge known as Route 1. Though modest in appearance, this single route represents the first step into the wild for many travelers, and the first living classroom for generations of Pokémon researchers. Its simplicity conceals remarkable ecological balance. Every hill, tree, and stream along this path has shaped Kanto's understanding of natural coexistence. The route begins at the outskirts of Pallet, where dirt paths wind between soft grass and tall reeds. The land here slopes upward gradually, leading toward the gates of Viridian City. The air is mild, the climate stable, and the rhythm of life slow enough to observe in detail. Early in the morning, dew settles on the wildflowers, attracting butterfree that flutter between patches of color. Pidgeys soar in loose flocks overhead, their wings glinting in the sun, while Rattata scurry through the grass in short bursts of movement. These are the first Pokémon most new trainers encounter, and their presence is far from random. Each species performs a quiet role in maintaining the region's health. Pidgey regulate insect populations, preventing overgrowth. Rattata assist in soil turnover through constant foraging, spreading seeds that promote plant diversity. Even Caterpie and Weedle contribute by feeding on decaying leaves, aiding decomposition and renewal. What appears to be a simple field is, in truth, a living engine of balance. The ecosystem here adapts through subtle cycles. In spring, the lowlands become bright with new growth, attracting butterfree migrations from deeper forests. During summer, the grass thickens, and Spearow flocks move in to share the sky. As autumn arrives, the wind carries seeds from Viridian's forest trees, scattering them across the plain. Winter quiets everything. Pokémon burrow, rest, and prepare, allowing the land to recover. These rotations repeat endlessly, untouched by time. Scientists often use Route 1 as a reference point for studying ecosystem resilience. Because of its accessible terrain, it serves as a baseline for monitoring how Pokémon populations respond to seasonal and environmental change. Surveys conducted over decades have shown remarkable consistency, proof that when left undisturbed, nature preserves its own order. The route's biodiversity also supports social learning. New trainers who begin their journeys here experience the region's balance firsthand. They learn that the purpose of training is not to dominate, but to understand. Capturing a Pidgey or Rattata teaches lessons in observation, responsibility, and patience. These encounters form the foundation of Kanto's cultural relationship with Pokémon, one built on coexistence rather than conquest. Route 1's geography plays a quiet but vital role in maintaining this stability. Streams run parallel to the path, feeding into the rivers that flow toward Viridian Forest. These waterways nurture both plant life and aquatic Pokémon, including Poliwag and Magikarp, whose presence ensures clean water through natural filtration. Along the ridges, berry trees grow in clusters, providing food for Pokémon and marking resting points for travelers. Even the soil composition contributes to its balance. Years of Diglett tunneling have aerated the ground, allowing nutrients to circulate evenly. This continuous cycle of disturbance and renewal keeps the land fertile. In many ways, Diglett are the unseen caretakers of Route 1, working beneath the surface to sustain life above it. As the day draws on, the route changes in character. Afternoon brings the songs of Pidgey and Spearow echoing across the fields. In the evenings, the light turns golden, and silhouettes of small Pokémon move quietly through the grass. At night, Hoot emerge, their soft calls marking the passage of time. The route never truly sleeps. It simply shifts from one rhythm to another. Route 1's importance extends beyond its boundaries. It represents Kanto's philosophy in miniature: harmony through diversity, strength through calmness, and knowledge through patience. Every researcher who studies here, and every trainer who walks this path, contributes to that legacy. Standing along Route 1, one can see the heart of Kanto in motion. The balance between movement and stillness, between the known and the wild, exists here in perfect measure. Each rustle of grass and distant bird call speaks of a world that sustains itself quietly, asking only that we notice. Route 1 teaches that beginnings do not need grandeur. Sometimes the most important lessons emerge from the humblest landscapes. It is here that trainers learn their first truths, and it is here that Kanto itself reveals its gentlest wisdom. Chapter 5. Viridian City. The meeting of nature and power. Nestled between rolling forests and distant mountains lies Viridian City, one of the oldest and most balanced settlements in the Kanto region. Its name reflects its identity. Viridian describes a shade of deep green, the color of growth and renewal, and the city itself lives up to that meaning. It stands as a bridge between civilization and wilderness, a meeting point where the order of human design blends seamlessly with the rhythm of nature. The journey north from Route 1 unfolds gradually. The grasslands rise into thicker woods, and the air becomes cooler beneath the tall trees. As travelers emerge from the forest's edge, Viridian reveals itself in soft tones of stone and leaf. The city was built with respect for its surroundings, following natural contours rather than erasing them. Its streets wind around ancient oaks, and its buildings stand low and sturdy, constructed with materials drawn from nearby quarries. The sound of running water is constant, carried from the forest streams that weave through the city. Historically, Viridian served as a gateway. It connected Kanto's southern plains with the northern mountain routes leading to Pewter and Indigo Plateau. Because of this position, it became an early center for trade, knowledge, and diplomacy. Travelers and researchers from across the region would gather here to rest, exchange information, and prepare for the wild roads ahead. In many ways, Viridian became Kanto's threshold, the final step of comfort before the unknown. What distinguishes Viridian from every other settlement is its deep integration with the surrounding ecosystem. The forest to the west shelters a dense and diverse population of Pokémon. Species such as Nidoran, Pidgeotto, and Caterpie inhabit the outer trees, while rarer Pokémon like Scyther and Beedrill dwell deeper within. The city's layout ensures minimal disruption to these habitats. Instead of pushing nature aside, Viridian learned to live alongside it. Garden corridors, open canals, and elevated walkways allow wildlife to move freely between forest and city. Viridian's gym stands as the city's most enduring symbol. It has long represented discipline and strength, yet its philosophy differs from the harshness often associated with power. The gym's design reflects both authority and restraint. Built of natural stone and timber, its walls echo the solidity of the nearby mountains. The training methods practiced within focus on control, endurance, and patience, the same qualities found in the landscape itself. The gym has seen many leaders throughout Kanto's history, each leaving their mark on the city's identity. Though periods of secrecy once surrounded its leadership, the gym ultimately became a place of restoration and renewal. Its return to openness mirrored the city's enduring values of honesty and equilibrium. Culturally, Viridian embodies transition. For new travelers, it is often the first major destination beyond Pallet. For experienced trainers, it marks the beginning of their final journey toward the Indigo Plateau. This duality, the place where beginnings and endings overlap, gives the city a quiet spiritual weight. Many trainers describe feeling calm upon arrival, as if the city itself encourages reflection before progress. The forests surrounding Viridian play a crucial role in Kanto's environmental health. They act as a natural air filter, absorbing carbon and releasing clean oxygen that spreads through the southern plains. Their root systems stabilize the soil, preventing erosion during heavy rains. These forests are often called the lungs of Kanto, and Viridian's commitment to their preservation stands as one of the region's earliest examples of environmental planning. Economically, the city sustains itself through forestry, herbal research, and sustainable craftsmanship. Many of Kanto's oldest apothecaries trace their origins to Viridian, where medicinal herbs are harvested under regulated cycles. The city's artisans blend tradition with practicality, creating tools and goods that rely on renewal rather than depletion. At dusk, Viridian takes on a serene glow. The lanterns along the bridges reflect in the canals, and the distant forests hum with life. Pidgey gather in flocks overhead, returning to their roosts, while the wind carries the faint scent of pine and earth. The sounds of civilization and nature merge until they are indistinguishable, footsteps fading into the rustle of leaves. Viridian City remains a living example of balance. It teaches that power is not found in dominance, but in understanding how to coexist with the forces around you. The people here have learned to shape their city without wounding the land, to lead without overwhelming, and to grow without forgetting their roots. When travelers leave Viridian and continue north toward Pewter, they often look back one last time. The city behind them seems almost part of the forest now, its rooftops blending with the green canopy, its lights dim and warm like fireflies. It feels less like leaving a place and more like stepping out of a gentle dream. Chapter 6: Pewter City and the Stone of Ages. North of Viridian Forest, where the trees begin to thin and the ground turns rocky beneath the feet, lies Pewter City, one of Kanto's oldest and most enduring settlements. The air here carries a dry mineral scent, and the mountains loom quietly beyond the horizon, their slopes flecked with silver-gray stone. Pewter is a city built not on speed or trade, but on patience. It moves at the pace of the earth itself, steady and deliberate. The history of Pewter stretches deep into Kanto's geological past. Millions of years ago, this entire region was shaped by volcanic activity and the slow movement of tectonic plates. The land cooled, folded, and rose into mountains rich with ore and fossilized remains of ancient Pokémon. These fossils, preserved in the surrounding cliffs and caverns, became the foundation of Pewter's culture, artifacts that link the present world to the primeval one that came before. Archaeologists have long referred to Pewter as the City of Memory. Its museum stands at the heart of town, filled with relics that tell the story of evolution and time. Visitors can see the skeletal outlines of Kabutops, Ammonite, and Aerodactyl displayed beside sediment layers that record epochs of transformation. These exhibits are not simply scientific, they are sacred. To the people of Pewter, fossils are not trophies, but teachers, reminders that strength is built through endurance and adaptation. The surrounding terrain reinforces this philosophy. The foothills are hard and uneven, carved by wind and rain over centuries. Vegetation grows sparsely, but with determination. Small patches of moss and hardy plants cling to the stone, creating a quiet landscape of resilience. Geodude and onyx emerge naturally from this terrain, their bodies composed of the very minerals beneath them. Watching them move through the mountains feels like witnessing the land itself shift and breathe. Pewter's architecture honors its geological heritage. Buildings are constructed from local rock, their walls rough-textured and cool to the touch. Paths are laid with unpolished stone slabs, and even the city's gym rises like part of the mountain, rather than a separate structure. Nothing feels artificial. Every corner of Pewter seems to grow directly from the earth. This design philosophy has kept the city nearly unchanged for centuries, resisting the rapid industrialization seen elsewhere in Kanto. The Pewter Gym represents more than competition. Its lessons are meditative, focused on patience, timing, and respect for natural strength. Battles here are symbolic, echoing the rhythm of erosion, slow, steady, and inevitable. The rock-type Pokémon trained within these walls embody endurance over aggression. They remind challengers that true stability is not about hardness alone, but about the ability to withstand pressure without breaking. The people of Pewter share this temperament. Their culture prizes craftsmanship, geology, and quiet reflection. Many families work as artisans, shaping jewelry, instruments, and tools from the stones of the mountain. Each creation carries meaning, believed to hold the patience of the rock it came from. Education in Pewter begins, not in classrooms, but in the open air. Children learn to identify mineral types, trace fault lines, and recognize the subtle changes in mountain weather. Knowledge here is practical, born from touch and observation. Economically, Pewter remains modest but self-sufficient. The city trades its crafted goods and geological materials with nearby towns, maintaining a peaceful rhythm of exchange. Mining is limited and strictly regulated, guided by a belief that the mountain's resources are a gift, not an entitlement. This balance ensures that Pewter's natural landscape remains as steady as its spirit. Visitors often describe Pewter as timeless. The air is still. The sounds of pickaxes or chisel work echo faintly against the hills, blending with the low calls of wild Pokémon. When the sun sets, the entire valley turns amber, and the stones reflect the fading light like glass. It feels as if the city itself glows from within, warmed by centuries of quiet endurance. At night, Pewter's silence becomes profound. The stars appear bright and close, scattered across a dark sky that seems endless. The mountains, now shadowed and still, guard the city in calm patience. In that stillness, one can almost sense the age of the world, the slow breathing of stone and the memory of life that once was. Pewter City stands as a monument to continuity. It reminds all who pass through that progress is not always movement, and that wisdom often lies buried beneath the surface. To understand Pewter is to listen, not for the noise of growth, but for the quiet voice of time itself. Chapter 7. Mountain, Matain Holy Fitrio. Moon, fossils, Clefairy, and lunar energy. Between Pewter City and Cerulean lies one of Kanto's most mysterious and scientifically important landmarks, Mount Moon. Rising quietly from the northern hills, this mountain appears ordinary from afar, its slopes covered in rough stone and sparse vegetation. Yet beneath its surface lies a world of ancient memory, rare minerals, and stories that link the earth to the stars. Ditmadamentestel Duralfstu. Moon has long fascinated explorers, historians, and scientists alike. Its caverns contain fossils from Pokémon species that predate most known life in Kanto. These remains, Kabuto shells, Omanite spirals, and Aerodactyl bones, are preserved in extraordinary condition, protected by the mountain's dry, mineral-rich interior. For researchers, Mount Moon serves as both a geological archive and a living classroom, where the story of Pokémon evolution can still be touched by hand. The mountain's formation dates back millions of years to the same tectonic shifts that shaped the Pewter Range. However, Moon's unique mineral composition suggests a different origin. Embedded within its stone are traces of lunar elements rarely found elsewhere on the planet. These minerals, believed to have arrived through ancient meteor impacts, give the mountain its faint luminescence under certain conditions. At night, the rock faces can appear to shimmer softly, reflecting light in a way that inspired its name. This celestial connection deepened through the discovery of moonstones, rare evolutionary minerals scattered throughout the caves. Unlike ordinary stones, these contain concentrated energy believed to resonate with lunar radiation. When exposed to moonlight, they emit a gentle glow, their surfaces rippling faintly with stored energy. The study of these stones revolutionized Kanto's understanding of evolution, revealing that external forces such as light, magnetism, and emotion can shape a Pokemon's transformation. Living among these ancient corridors are Clefairy, small pink Pokemon whose presence has become inseparable from Mount Moon's identity. They are shy, peaceful creatures that gather only under the full moon, dancing together in quiet circles deep within the caverns. Witnessing this event has become a rite of passage for many researchers, who describe it as one of the most serene experiences in the Pokémon world. The Clefairy's movements appear synchronized with the lunar cycle, their energy patterns rising and falling in harmony with the light above. Some scientists theorize that the Clefairy's connection to the moon may not be symbolic, but biological. Their skin reflects a faint bioluminescence, similar to the moonstones themselves, and their internal rhythms correspond precisely to the lunar calendar. Ancient cave carvings near the mountain's base show human figures watching winged Pokémon beneath a crescent moon, evidence that this bond has been observed for centuries. The Clefairy's evolution into Clefable, often triggered by exposure to moonstones, symbolizes transformation through serenity rather than struggle. To Kanto's early civilizations, this was sacred. The mountain became a place of meditation, where travelers would leave offerings of flowers or stones in gratitude for safe passage. Even today, hikers and researchers speak in hushed tones while traversing its tunnels, as though aware they are walking through something more than stone. Might. Moon's deeper chambers remain only partially explored. The air grows colder with each descent, and phosphorescent moss paints the walls in shades of green and silver. Zubat colonies hang motionless until disturbed, their ultrasonic calls echoing like soft music through the dark. Deeper still, crystal formations grow along the walls, translucent and faintly glowing, as if carrying the moon's memory within them. Beyond its physical wonders, Moon serves as a meeting point of myth and science. It reminds researchers that not every mystery must be solved to be meaningful. The Clefairy's dances, the unearthly glow of the stones, the ancient fossils, all coexist in a balance between knowledge and reverence. Here, curiosity is tempered by humility. When the night sky clears and the moon rises above the summit, the mountain comes alive with reflected light. The slopes seem to pulse faintly, as though breathing with the rhythm of the stars. Travelers who camp nearby often describe a feeling of peace that settles over them, a sense that the world itself has slowed. Successors the Baker repetitive core, a below. Moon remains timeless, a link between what was, what is, and what lies beyond sight. It stands as a reminder that the world of Pokémon is not only of Earth and evolution, but of wonder that reaches skyward. In its silence, the mountain teaches a quiet truth, that all life, however small, shares a single light. Chapter 8. Cerulean City, the heart of Kanto's waters. Northeast of Mount Moon, nestled between winding rivers and gentle lakes, lies Cerulean City, a place often described as the heart of Kanto's waters. Everything about Cerulean moves with fluid grace. The city glimmers with reflections of blue and silver, its bridges arched across canals that wind like living veins through its core. To walk through Cerulean is to feel the rhythm of water itself, calm, steady, and alive. Cerulean's geography defines its character. The city sits where several freshwater streams converge from the northern mountains before flowing south toward the sea. Over time, these waters shape the landscape into soft curves and shallow valleys, forming natural pools where aquatic Pokémon thrive. Early settlers recognized the purity of this ecosystem and built their homes alongside it rather than against it. The result is a city that feels almost grown rather than constructed, one where nature and architecture coexist in gentle harmony. The sound of flowing water is constant. Fountains stand at every intersection, fed by underground channels that keep the rivers clean and in motion. The air remains cool and humid, carrying the faint scent of lilies and moss. Dewdrops linger on railings even under the midday sun, and at night the reflections of lanterns ripple across the surface of the canals. Cerulean's light never burns harshly. It shimmers, always softened by the water that defines it. The city's gym serves as both a research center and a public performance hall. It stands beside the largest of Cerulean's pools, an arena surrounded by glass walls that let natural light filter through the water. Here, water-type Pokémon display their abilities not in combat alone, but in demonstrations of agility and grace. The gym's traditions focus on the relationship between strength and flow, teaching trainers to adapt like rivers, finding balance in motion rather than resistance. Cerulean's people embody this same philosophy. They value calm persistence, seeing progress as a current rather than a race. Many of the city's residents work in marine research or water purification, studying how aquatic Pokémon maintain environmental balance. Laboratories scattered along the riverbanks monitor changes in water composition, ensuring the ecosystem remains healthy for both Pokémon and people. It is one of the cleanest and most sustainable environments in all of Kanto. Among the species that inhabit Cerulean's lakes are Galdine, Psyduck, Seeking, and Poliwag, each contributing to the stability of the habitat. Shelter colonies filter sediments, while Staryu and Starmie regulate plankton levels through their unique feeding cycles. This complex interplay of life forms a natural equilibrium that researchers call the Cerulean harmony. It represents a rare example of an ecosystem perfectly adapted to shared coexistence between Pokémon and human settlements. The city's waterfalls and streams also serve as sources of renewable energy. Small hydroelectric facilities, built with minimal intrusion, draw power from steady water flow. These stations are silent and efficient, providing light and warmth without disturbing the environment. It is a living example of sustainable design, centuries ahead of its time. Culturally, Cerulean has always been associated with beauty and tranquility. The annual Festival of Flow celebrates the turning of the seasons, when rivers swell with snowmelt from the northern peaks. During this time, residents release floating lanterns across the water to honor harmony and renewal. The sight of thousands of lights drifting together across the canals is one of Kanto's most cherished traditions, a symbol of connection between generations and between all living things that depend on the same current. For travelers, Cerulean offers a sense of rest. After the rocky ascent of Mount Moon, the sight of clear water feels like relief. Trainers often pause here longer than planned, drawn to the calm atmosphere and gentle pace. The city invites stillness. Conversations slow, footsteps soften, and the constant sound of water creates a natural rhythm that soothes the mind. As evening settles, the city transforms. The canals glow faintly beneath the moonlight, reflecting stars that seem close enough to touch. The surface shimmers like glass, and even the water-type Pokémon grow still, floating quietly beneath the surface. The air cools, and the city breathes in unison, tranquil, reflective, eternal. Cerulean City stands as a testament to the harmony that Kanto strives to protect. Its balance of nature, culture, and innovation demonstrates that progress can flow gently without losing purity. In its rippling waters, one can see the reflection of all Kanto, calm, resilient, and endlessly moving toward understanding. Chapter 9. Bill's Cottage and Pokémon Teleportation. North of Cerulean City, where the hills rise above the slow-moving rivers, a small wooden cottage sits at the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea. This quiet home belongs to Bill, a researcher whose work reshaped the way humans and Pokémon interact. Though humble in appearance, this cottage marks one of the most important scientific sites in Kanto's modern history. It is where the dream of connection became reality. Bill's story is inseparable from the evolution of Kanto's technology. While Professor Oak's research focused on classification and ethics, Bill explored communication and storage, how Pokémon could be transferred safely between trainers and regions without harm. His experiments on data compression and energy conversion led to the development of the Pokémon Storage System, a network that allows Pokémon to be stored digitally while preserving their biological and emotional states. The breakthrough that made this possible began here, in Solitude. The surrounding cliffs and water offered ideal isolation for study, free from the distractions of the larger cities. Inside the cottage, the walls are lined with handwritten notes, early computer terminals, and sketches of transmission grids. Bill approached science not as conquest but as curiosity, guided by a belief that technology should serve the relationship between humans and Pokémon, not replace it. The core of his system relied on a principle of molecular-to-data transfer. When a Pokémon enters a Pokéball, its biological energy becomes condensed. Bill discovered that this state could be converted into an energy pattern and transmitted through digital channels without disrupting consciousness. It was an elegant solution, one that preserved the integrity of life across vast distances. Through his work, trainers gain the ability to share, trade, and study Pokémon from anywhere in the world. The ethical standards Bill established remain foundational to Kanto's scientific code. Every transfer requires stability checks, emotional calibration, and consent recognition. These protocols prevent the misuse of technology and ensure that each Pokémon remains comfortable and unharmed. Bill often said that teleportation was not simply movement, but trust, a shared responsibility between humans, machines, and living beings. His research extended beyond storage. Bill also pioneered the first teleportation devices capable of instant travel between distant locations. Early prototypes, though unstable, revealed that matter could safely dematerialize and rematerialize within defined energy fields. This discovery laid the groundwork for modern transporters used across laboratories and Pokémon centers today. What began as a single experiment in a seaside cabin became the framework for a new age of connectivity. Yet Bill's work was never only technical. His fascination with Pokémon communication inspired him to study empathy and energy resonance, how emotional bonds transmit measurable signals between species. Living near Cerulean's water ecosystems gave him ample opportunity to observe natural telepathic behaviors among Pokémon, like Slowpoke and Starmie. These patterns helped refine his understanding of how data transfer might mirror biological connection. Visitors to Bill's cottage often describe it as tranquil. The sound of the ocean echoes through open windows, mingling with the soft hum of computer equipment. Pokémon wander freely inside, unbothered by the wires or monitors. It feels less like a laboratory and more like a sanctuary, where curiosity exists alongside peace. Though many of Kanto's advancements now depend on his inventions, Bill remains modest about his achievements. He prefers quiet research to recognition, continuing to refine his systems to make them safer and more humane. His legacy is not the technology itself, but the philosophy behind it, that progress must preserve the dignity of life. Outside the cottage, a narrow path leads to a small pier that juts over the sea. On calm evenings, the light from Cerulean glows faintly on the horizon. The tide rolls in gentle waves against the rocks below, mirroring the steady rhythm of the researcher's thoughts. It is said that Bill spends these moments watching the moon's reflection, the same light that inspired the Clefairy of Mount Moon, and wonders how far connection between worlds can reach. From this solitary home, the world of Pokémon grew closer together. What began as one person's curiosity became the invisible bridge, linking every trainer, every region, and every living creature that shares their trust. Chapter 10: Vermilion City, Port of Light and Thunder. Along Kanto's southeastern coast lies Vermilion City, where the land meets the open sea in a dazzling expanse of sunlight, wind, and electricity. Known as the Port of Light and Thunder, Vermilion is both a hub of trade and a beacon of innovation. It hums with constant motion, the call of ships, the crackle of voltage, and the rhythm of progress carried on ocean air. Yet beneath its energy, there is a deep sense of order and purpose. Every sound here belongs to the same great current. Vermilion's harbor has served as Kanto's maritime gateway for centuries. It connects the region to distant lands across the ocean, making it one of the earliest centers of cultural and scientific exchange. The docks stretch far into the water, lined with tall masts and metallic cranes that gleam in the sunlight. Ships from all regions arrive daily, carrying goods, travelers, and Pokémon from across the world. The scent of salt and metal lingers in the breeze, mingled with the faint hum of power lines that run parallel to the shore. Electricity defines the spirit of Vermilion. The city's energy grid was among the first in Kanto to harness electric-type Pokémon for power generation. Magnemite and Voltorb serve in controlled stations that convert natural electrical output into renewable current. This partnership between Pokémon and technology set the standard for sustainable energy research across the region. The bright streetlights, the hum of machinery, and even the smooth operation of the port itself depend on this living network of power. At the heart of Vermilion stands its famous gym, led by specialists in electric-type training. The structure resembles a lighthouse, tall and gleaming, designed to channel natural and artificial energy alike. Its walls are lined with conductive materials that resonate faintly when storms approach, creating a soft electric hum that can be felt even from outside. Battles here are not just contests of strength, but demonstrations of precision and control. Trainers learn to wield energy responsibly, just as Vermilion's engineers have learned to channel nature's power without harming it. The city's position on the coast also gives it a unique connection to weather. Thunderstorms frequently sweep across the sea and break over the harbor, illuminating the skyline in flashes of light. These storms, though dramatic, are embraced as part of the city's identity. Researchers from across Kanto come here to study lightning strikes and atmospheric conductivity. Many of Kanto's earliest experiments with electric-type energy began under these very skies. Despite its industrial strength, Vermilion retains warmth and hospitality. The port is home to sailors, scientists, and travelers alike. Markets bustle with goods from foreign regions, rare spices, fabrics, and even Pokémon eggs from distant shores. Conversations carry a mixture of accents and stories, each one a thread in the city's vast cultural fabric. To walk its streets is to hear the pulse of a global world, alive and interconnected. Perhaps the most iconic symbol of Vermilion's openness is the SS Anne, a grand cruise ship that docks at the port each season. More than a vessel, it represents connection, the bridge between Kanto and the rest of the Pokémon world. The ship's arrivals are celebrated like festivals. Families gather at the harbor to watch as its white hull gleams against the horizon, and the air fills with music and excitement. On board, trainers exchange knowledge, cultures blend, and friendships form, carrying Vermilion's legacy of unity far beyond its shores. Away from the bustling docks, Vermilion holds moments of quiet beauty. Along the outskirts of the city, grassy cliffs overlook the sea. Electric Pokémon such as Pikachu and Electabuzz often gather there after storms, absorbing the residual charge that lingers in the air. The grass hums faintly with static, glowing faintly at dusk as the last light fades. It is said that when lightning strikes nearby, the air becomes so charged that one can hear the faint crackle of energy even without touching the ground. At night, Vermilion transforms. The city glows in golden light reflected across the water, every surface shimmering like glass. The sound of waves against the docks merges with the distant whir of power generators, forming a single soothing rhythm. The skyline stands bright, yet calm, a balance between nature's untamed energy and human order. Vermilion City endures as a living testament to harmony between technology and the natural world. Its people understand that progress is not about replacing nature, but about learning from its rhythm, channeling its energy without breaking its balance. Each spark that lights its streets and each wave that touches its harbor remind Kanto that the power to create must always exist alongside the wisdom to listen. Chapter 11. The SS Anne and the Era of Global Exchange. Each year, as spring fades into summer, the sound of distant horns echoes across the Vermilion coast. The SS Anne has returned, a vessel not just of luxury, but of history. To many, its arrival marks the beginning of a season of connection, a reminder that Kanto is part of a wider living world. The ship's gleaming hull reflects the morning sun, and the harbor hums with the excitement of travelers from distant lands. The SS Anne stands as a symbol of progress and unity. Built in the early years of Kanto's industrial expansion, it was originally designed to transport researchers and explorers between regions. Over time, its purpose grew into something greater. The ship became a floating city, a place where ideas, cultures, and friendships moved freely across oceans. Its voyages linked Kanto with other regions long before the establishment of interregional travel networks. On board, everything speaks to refinement and collaboration. The upper decks host gatherings of scholars and league officials, where discussions range from environmental policy to Pokémon preservation. In the Grand Hall, exhibitions display art, fossils, and technology from every corner of the known world. Each voyage becomes an exchange of knowledge, a dialogue that extends Kanto's curiosity far beyond its borders. But beyond its role in diplomacy and science, the SS Anne carries something deeply human, the spirit of adventure. Many of Kanto's trainers began their first journeys after watching the ship depart, imagining where its paths might lead. It represents motion, discovery, and the idea that understanding grows when people travel and share. For those aboard, each port is a new opportunity to see how others live alongside Pokémon in ways both familiar and strange. The ship's design reflects the harmony that defines Kanto itself. Its engines are powered in part by renewable electric currents generated by onboard electric-type Pokémon, including Electrode and Raichu. Water-type Pokémon assist in stabilizing the vessel's temperature and purifying its water systems. Every element of the ship works in concert, mirroring the coexistence found across Kanto's land. During its journeys, the SS Anne often becomes a stage for cultural celebration. Musicians from different regions perform together under open skies. Chefs prepare dishes that blend ingredients from Kanto, Johto, and beyond. Pokémon contests and educational showcases are held to share regional techniques in training and care. In these moments, the ship ceases to be just a means of travel. It becomes a floating festival of understanding. The SS Anne's voyages have also advanced scientific cooperation. Researchers aboard study oceanic Pokémon migration, global climate patterns, and deep-sea ecosystems. Their findings have shaped Kanto's conservation efforts, leading to the protection of endangered species and the development of marine sanctuaries. Many of these programs trace their origins to discoveries made on the ship's long crossings. For Vermilion City, the ship's arrival is more than an event. It is a tradition. The harbor fills with music and laughter as locals gather to greet passengers disembarking from across the sea. Children wave handmade flags, and vendors line the docks with lanterns and flowers. The night before departure, the city glows brighter than ever. Lanterns drift across the water, symbolizing safe travel and lasting friendship. When the ship finally pulls away, the crowd watches until it fades into the horizon, leaving behind only the glimmer of reflected starlight. Though the SS Anne has seen countless journeys, its spirit remains unchanged. It continues to carry researchers, trainers, and travelers, serving as a bridge between the familiar and the unknown. Its presence reminds Kanto that no discovery stands alone, that every breakthrough, every bond, every shared story forms part of something greater. At dusk, when the sea grows calm and the last of the light dances on the waves, the ship's lights shimmer in the distance. From the shore, it seems almost celestial, moving steadily toward new horizons. The sound of its engine blends with the rhythm of the tide, a heartbeat of connection that never truly ends. The SS Anne endures as more than a vessel. It is the embodiment of Kanto's greatest virtue, the belief that progress and peace come from the courage to reach outward. Chapter 12. Diglett's Cave, the Underground Network. Beneath Kanto's rolling hills lies a quiet labyrinth known as Diglett's Cave, a natural tunnel system that stretches between the outskirts of Vermilion City and the forests near Pewter. From the surface, it appears unassuming, a small entrance carved into the earth, partly hidden by brush and stone. Yet within those tunnels exists one of Kanto's most remarkable natural engineering feats, shaped not by human hands but by Pokémon themselves. The cave's creation is attributed entirely to colonies of Diglett and Dugtrio, Pokémon whose lives revolve around the constant movement of soil. Over generations, their tireless tunneling carved pathways deep below Kanto's surface, forming a stable network that runs for miles. These tunnels serve not only as habitats, but also as conduits of life, allowing air, water, and nutrients to circulate through the ground. In many ways, Diglett's cave acts as Kanto's unseen bloodstream, quietly sustaining the land above. The ecosystem inside is minimal, yet perfectly balanced. The air remains cool and dry, filtered naturally through layers of porous rock. The walls glisten faintly where underground moisture gathers, forming thin veins of mineral deposits. Occasionally, small roots hang from the ceiling, drawing sustenance from the fertile soil. Light rarely reaches these depths, yet the Diglett navigate effortlessly, guided by an acute sense of vibration that allows them to detect movement and seismic shifts far beyond human perception. Researchers studying the cave have long marveled at the precision of its structure. The tunnels maintain nearly uniform height and curvature throughout, ensuring airflow remains consistent. This consistency suggests that the Diglett work collectively, using instinctual cooperation to maintain architectural harmony. Each Dugtrio appears to lead smaller groups of Diglett, directing them in patterns that prevent collapse and maximize stability. Such organization rivals the complexity of human urban design, created entirely by instinct and rhythm. Beyond its ecological role, Diglett's cave also holds geological significance. Its deepest sections reveal exposed rock strata that document Kanto's natural history layer by layer. Fossilized roots, mineral veins, and traces of volcanic ash provide valuable records of the region's ancient transformations. For scientists, walking through Diglett's cave is like traveling backward through time, where the walls themselves whisper the story of the planet's evolution. Despite its subterranean setting, the cave is not lifeless. Occasionally, Sandshrew and Zubat find shelter within its passages. The occasional vibrations from surface storms or passing trains ripple through the stone like distant thunder, but the Diglett remain unshaken. Their presence stabilizes not only the soil but also the structures above. Many towns near the tunnel system, including Pewter and Vermilion, benefit from reduced erosion and improved crop fertility because of the constant aeration provided by Diglett colonies. Local folklore often portrays Diglett's cave as symbolic of unseen connection. Just as the tunnels link distant regions underground, so too do they represent the invisible bonds that hold Kanto together, the exchanges of energy, knowledge, and life that move quietly beneath the surface of progress. For travelers, passing through the cave is an act of humility. It is a reminder that beneath every city, every road, and every forest lies a world sustained by those who live unseen. The cave's entrances are modest. Wooden signs mark them with quiet respect, warning travelers to tread softly and leave no trace. Flashlight beams reveal the faint shimmer of mineral dust suspended in the air, dancing like tiny stars in the dark. The walls are warm to the touch, carrying the vibration of Diglett moving somewhere beyond sight. The deeper one goes, the quieter the world becomes, until only the heartbeat of the earth remains. At intervals, the tunnel opens into wider chambers where researchers sometimes rest. These spaces are cool and still, shaped naturally by the convergence of multiple Diglett paths. Sitting in such silence, one can feel an almost meditative calm, the awareness of being surrounded by life working in perfect balance. It is a reminder that progress does not always mean expansion. Sometimes it means cooperation and quiet labor beneath the surface. When emerging from the northern exit, the air feels lighter. The forests near Pewter stretch wide and green, nourished by the unseen work of those below. Travelers who cross the full length of the cave often describe a strange sense of gratitude, as though the earth itself has shared a secret. Diglett's cave stands as a testament to the silent infrastructure of nature. It shows that strength does not always roar or shine. Sometimes it hums beneath our feet, unending and unseen, holding everything above in steady harmony. Chapter 13, Lavender Town, Rest, Memory, and Spirit. East of Saffron and south of Rock Tunnel lies Lavender Town, a small settlement draped in mist and quiet reflection. Unlike the bright bustle of Vermilion or the strength of Pewter, Lavender does not seek to impress. It whispers rather than speaks, its streets soft with the sound of wind chimes and distant bells. Many describe it as the soul of Kanto, a place where time slows and the boundary between past and present feels thin. Lavender Town's landscape is gentle but solemn. The surrounding hills rise like folded hands, enclosing the town in a natural cradle. In early morning, fog rolls down from the mountains, wrapping the buildings in pale silver. The scent of incense drifts through the air from open windows, mingling with the cool sea breeze from the east. Every detail here seems to carry memory. Even the faintest sounds, a rustling curtain, a distant cry of a ghastly, echo with depth and meaning. At the center of Lavender stands the Pokémon Tower, a tall, graceful structure that reaches above the mist. This tower serves as both a memorial and a sanctuary, a place where Pokémon are laid to rest and honored with reverence. Its stone walls hold countless engraved tablets bearing the names of Pokémon who once journeyed alongside their trainers. Visitors climb the tower in silence, leaving offerings of flowers, berries, and small trinkets at each level. The atmosphere is calm, not sorrowful, a quiet celebration of life's continuity. The tradition of honoring Pokémon began long before the tower was built. In early Kanto history, Lavender's residents developed deep respect for the cycles of nature. They viewed death not as an ending, but as part of renewal, where spirit and energy return to sustain the living world. When Pokémon passed, they were remembered with gratitude for their companionship and courage. This belief formed the foundation of the rituals that continue today. The Pokémon Tower also serves a scientific role. Researchers and mediums collaborate to study the energy signatures that linger within the tower's walls. It is here that psychic and spiritual disciplines intersect, revealing measurable electromagnetic fields believed to correspond with emotional residue, the lasting bond between trainer and Pokémon. These studies, while respectful, have broadened Kanto's understanding of life beyond the physical. Lavender's reputation as a spiritual center extends throughout the region. Trainers from every corner of Kanto visit to pay respects, seeking peace or closure. Many describe feeling a strange calm upon entering the town, as though the air itself encourages reflection. Some even report gentle sensations, the brush of unseen presence, or faint warmth near memorials, which the locals interpret as the comforting nearness of Pokémon spirits. Despite its association with loss, Lavender thrives quietly. Its community lives with humility and kindness. Artisans craft incense and charms believed to bring peace and balance. Musicians gather at dusk to play soft melodies that drift through the town like prayers carried by wind. At night, lanterns glow from the tower's upper windows, casting reflections across the mist, a beacon for travelers, and a promise of remembrance. Lavender's cultural influence extends far beyond its borders. The city's approach to mourning inspired the development of Pokémon Center's compassion programs, ensuring that all trainers receive guidance in emotional care. It also strengthened the League's emphasis on empathy, reminding all that companionship carries responsibility. Through Lavender's example, Kanto learned that strength must include gentleness. There is an undeniable stillness in Lavender that feels almost sacred. The rustle of trees, the flicker of candlelight, and the occasional low hum from the tower's bells blend into one serene soundscape. Time moves differently here, slow, rhythmic, eternal. It is a place where even silence feels alive, carrying the stories of countless trainers and Pokémon who found peace in its gentle hills. As the sun sets behind the tower, the town glows faintly in shades of lilac and gold. The mist rises again, and the mountain wind stirs the chimes that hang from every doorway. Their notes are delicate and pure, each one echoing like a heartbeat across the valley. For a moment, it feels as though the entire world pauses to listen. Lavender Town endures as a symbol of memory and love. It reminds Kanto that every bond, no matter how brief, leaves an imprint that never fades. In its quiet light, grief becomes gratitude, and every whisper of wind feels like the voice of an old friend. Chapter 14: The Ghost of Marowak, a true account. Among all of Kanto's legends, few are as enduring or as deeply human as the story of the Ghost of Marowak. It is a tale not of mythic power, but of love, loss, and the enduring bond between Pokémon and their kin. Rooted in true events that unfolded within the sacred halls of the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town, the story continues to remind Kanto of the emotional depth that connects all living things. The records describe that many years ago, the Pokémon Tower served not only as a resting place, but as a refuge. During that time, groups seeking to exploit Pokémon for profit began capturing Cubone for the valuable bones they carried. When a mother Marowak attempted to protect her offspring, she was killed near the base of the tower. Her spirit lingered, unable to move on, bound by her devotion to her child. For a time, visitors to the tower spoke of hearing faint cries echoing through the upper floors at night. Candles flickered without wind. Psychic researchers detected elevated energy readings, consistent with what they called residual emotional presence, an imprint of consciousness left by strong feeling. The locals did not call it haunting. They called it remembrance. When the disturbance grew stronger, mediums and League officials entered the tower to investigate. There they encountered the spirit itself, a translucent Marowak, luminous in the dim light, still clutching the bone it once wielded in life. Witnesses reported no aggression, only sorrow. It was said that the spirit's gaze was calm, fixed as though waiting for something long overdue, the safety of her Cubone. Through gentle mediation and psychic communication, the researchers determined that the Marowak's unrest stemmed from her child's continued fear and confusion. The Cubone had fled during the attack and was later found wandering near Lavender's outskirts, crying into its mother's bone, the same one it still carried. When the two presences were brought symbolically together within the tower, the air grew still. The spectral light around Marowak faded into soft radiance before dissolving entirely. It is said that her final expression was peaceful. The event became known as one of the first documented cases of Pokémon spiritual closure observed under League supervision. It confirmed what many in Lavender had long believed, that bonds between Pokémon and their loved ones endure beyond physical life. The researchers who witnessed it left the tower changed, speaking of a calm unlike any they had ever felt. The spirit had not vanished in fear, but ascended in fulfillment. In the years since, the ghost of Marowak has become a symbol of compassion and courage. Lavender's residents honor her each year during the Festival of Memory, lighting a single white candle at the tower's base to represent the love that transcends loss. Trainers and researchers visit to reflect on their own partnerships, finding comfort in the idea that no bond truly ends. For Kanto's scientific community, the event also reshaped the study of psychic resonance. The energy recorded during the Marowak manifestation revealed measurable patterns corresponding to emotion, specifically maternal protection and sorrow. This data led to the founding of the League's Emotional Energy Research Division, which continues to study how strong feelings influence both evolution and healing. What began as tragedy became the cornerstone of new understanding. Culturally, the ghost of Marowak endures not as a ghost story, but as a moral lesson. It teaches that the relationship between Pokémon and human must always be guided by empathy. Trainers who climb the tower today often stop before her memorial stone, leaving flowers or a small piece of bone-carved jewelry as a symbol of respect. Some say that on quiet nights, when the tower bells ring in perfect stillness, a faint warmth fills the air, as if the spirit still watches, content and at peace. Lavender's mist carries her story across the valley. The wind that moves through the tower seems to hum softly, neither mournful nor eerie, but steady and calm. It is the sound of devotion, the same force that drives every trainer and Pokémon to protect one another. The ghost of Marowak remains one of Kanto's most profound reminders that love is not erased by time. It changes form, like light through mist, but never fades. Her spirit stands as guardian of the tower, a symbol of the invisible strength that connects all hearts that have ever shared trust. Chapter 15. Celadon City, Culture, Commerce and Growth. At the center of western Kanto lies Celadon City, a place where nature and civilization meet in graceful harmony. The city is vibrant yet tranquil, bustling yet serene. It stands as the region's cultural and economic heart, but unlike many great cities of the world, Celadon's spirit does not race. It flows like a river winding calmly through the forest that once stood where its streets now bloom. Celadon's landscape is lush. Trees line nearly every road, their canopies forming green corridors that cool the air and soften the light. Flower gardens and rooftop planters are not decorations but a tradition kept by families for generations. Even the tallest buildings seem to rise out of nature rather than overtake it. This careful balance was no accident. When the city was first planned, environmental architects designed its layout around existing terrain, preserving as many natural features as possible. The result is a metropolis that breathes alongside the land. The city's heart is the Celadon department store, the largest marketplace in Kanto, and a symbol of its prosperity. Its many floors hold everything from handcrafted goods and herbal remedies to modern Pokeballs and cutting-edge research tools. Yet despite its size, the store functions more like a gathering place than a monument to wealth. Artisans from across Kanto bring their creations here, turning commerce into conversation. It is a marketplace of stories, each item carrying the touch of its maker. Celadon's economic success has never come at the expense of its culture. The city is home to theaters, museums, and art halls that showcase creativity in all forms. Street performers play traditional music beside modern displays of holographic design. Painters work in open plazas, surrounded by the scent of flowers and the sound of laughter. Evenings are filled with warm light spilling from cafes and studios, where artists and scholars exchange ideas over tea. To walk through Celadon at dusk is to feel both energy and calm, a city awake but never hurried. At the edge of town lies Celadon Gym, a structure unlike any other. Built as a vast greenhouse, it blurs the line between architecture and nature. Sunlight filters through glass panels to nourish the plants within, while water-type Pokémon keep the air cool and moist. The gym specializes in grass-type Pokémon, and its philosophy mirrors the city's own strength through care and growth through patience. Trainers who come here quickly learn that victory is not won through force, but through understanding the rhythm of life. Celadon's commitment to sustainability extends far beyond the gym. The city runs one of the most advanced recycling and energy programs in the region. Power is drawn from wind turbines positioned outside the city, and rainwater collection systems keep the gardens self-sufficient. Every effort reflects a deep cultural belief. Progress must nurture, not consume. Yet for all its innovation, Celadon never forgets its roots. The annual Blooming Festival, held in early summer, celebrates the city's harmony with nature. During the festival, streets are covered with petals gathered from nearby forests, and citizens release glowing seeds into the night sky, a gesture symbolizing renewal and gratitude. Musicians play soft melodies inspired by the natural world, and families picnic beneath flowering trees that seem to rain color with every breeze. The festival transforms Celadon into a living painting of light and movement, reminding all who visit that beauty thrives where respect endures. Culturally, Celadon has become a crossroads for Kanto's people. Travelers, artists, and scientists alike find welcome here. The city's open philosophy fosters creativity, and its citizens take pride in their hospitality. Conversations between strangers often lead to lifelong friendships or new collaborations. This inclusivity has made Celadon a symbol of Kanto's modern identity, a place where diversity is not just accepted, but celebrated. At night, the city glows softly beneath the trees. The scent of jasmine and fresh rain lingers in the air, carried through the streets by a gentle wind. Lights from the department store reflect off nearby ponds, forming golden ripples that drift outward like living stars. In these moments, Celadon feels less like a city and more like a heartbeat, steady, luminous, alive. Celadon City stands as proof that growth and gentleness can coexist. It is the living center of Kanto's creative and economic strength, but its true power lies in its harmony. Here, every leaf, every stone, and every human effort reflects the same simple truth. Prosperity means little without peace. Chapter 16. The Celadon Department Store and Urban Expansion. Rising at the center of Celadon City stands a landmark that embodies both progress and purpose: the Celadon Department Store. Its tall frame of glass and stone catches the light from every angle, reflecting the greenery of nearby gardens and the movement of the crowds below. To visitors, it appears as a monument to commerce. To those who live here, it represents something deeper: the successful union of urban growth with ethical balance. The store's history traces back to the earliest years of Kanto's modernization. As Celadon expanded, artisans, researchers, and merchants gathered at informal markets around the city. Trade became the heart of its daily rhythm, yet the city's leadership understood that unregulated growth could threaten its harmony with nature. The department store was built as a solution, a single structure that could centralize activity, preserve open space elsewhere, and ensure that business remained sustainable and fair. The architecture reflects this intention. Each floor is designed around a natural element: earth, water, light, and air. The building breathes like a living organism. Wide windows allow sunlight to nourish interior gardens that line the walkways, while a system of indoor waterfalls regulates temperature and humidity. Air circulates gently through open atriums, carrying the scent of moss and clean stone. Even at its busiest, the store feels calm, a place where commerce coexists with serenity. Inside, the diversity of goods mirrors the diversity of Kanto itself. On the lower floors, stalls display hand-woven fabrics, herbal medicines, and regional foods brought in from small towns and farms. The middle levels house scientific equipment, Pokeballs, and training supplies for travelers and researchers. Higher floors feature art galleries and reading rooms that overlook the city skyline. The topmost level, surrounded by glass, is a peaceful terrace garden open to all. Visitors often pause there to watch the city below, reminded that progress should always include space to breathe. Beyond its walls, the department store shaped Celadon's approach to urban planning. By concentrating trade and tourism within a single, environmentally integrated hub, the city was able to protect large areas of surrounding forest from overdevelopment. Parks and botanical gardens now occupy those spaces, forming green corridors that stretch toward the edges of the city. These corridors serve not only as natural sanctuaries, but as vital ecological pathways for Pokémon that thrive in urban ecosystems, Pidgey, Butterfree, and even Oddish among the trees and gardens. The store also fostered social growth. Its halls became meeting places where artists and inventors collaborated, where researchers exchanged notes with herbalists, and where young trainers learned from elders. Many of Kanto's scientific and cultural partnerships began here, nurtured by chance conversations between people from different walks of life. It became a place where ideas moved as freely as goods, forming the foundation of Celadon's creative spirit. Economically, the store proved transformative. Its fair trade policies ensured that artisans from smaller towns received equal recognition alongside corporate manufacturers. This inclusivity preserved regional craftsmanship that might otherwise have been lost to industrial expansion. To this day, each product sold in the store is marked with its origin, a quiet reminder that Kanto's strength lies in its interconnected communities. Evening in the department store carries its own rhythm. The late sunlight filters through the upper glass, painting the floors in shades of gold. The sound of conversation softens, replaced by the rustle of leaves from the indoor gardens. Lights fade to a gentle glow, and the hum of the building becomes peaceful once more. Workers and visitors alike linger for a moment before leaving, some standing at the windows, others sitting on benches among the plants. The feeling is not of exhaustion, but of gratitude. At night, the store's lights shine across Celadon like stars reflected on water. Seen from the distance of a nearby hill, the building seems to merge with the city's landscape, glowing softly, yet never overpowering. It stands as both a symbol and a lesson. Urban life, when guided by care and respect, can uplift rather than consume. The Celadon department store remains a living reminder that expansion does not have to mean loss. It shows that when a city grows with purpose, it can protect its soul while embracing change. In its calm architecture and thoughtful design, one can see the essence of Kanto's progress, bright, measured, and deeply human. Chapter 17, Fuchsia City, the balance of nature and secrecy. Far to the south of Kanto's heartland lies Fuchsia City, where the air grows warm and still, and the natural world thrives in quiet abundance. Nestled between coastal wetlands and rolling plains, Fuchsia feels almost hidden, a city that prefers to reveal itself slowly, like the opening of a flower at dawn. It is both a place of preservation and mystery, where civilization exists gently within nature rather than beside it. The first impression of Fuchsia is one of color and sound. The city's buildings, low and simple, blend into the surrounding greenery, painted in soft shades that reflect the blooming plants and tropical trees around them. Canals and ponds wind through every district, alive with ripples from swimming Pokémon. The distant calls of Doduo and the hum of insects fill the air, creating a continuous song of life. To walk through Fuchsia is to sense harmony, a living rhythm that seems older than the city itself. Fuchsia's location made it a natural refuge for both people and Pokémon. The wetlands surrounding it, dense with reeds and shallow pools, form one of Kanto's most diverse ecosystems. Here Galdine and Psyduck swim beside colonies of Lotad and Poliwag. Dragonflies flicker across the water while Venonat nestle among moss-covered stones. The boundaries between wild and domestic life blur, creating a landscape where coexistence feels effortless. At the heart of this balance lies the Safari Zone, a vast protected reserve established generations ago to safeguard endangered Pokémon and study them in natural conditions. The reserve stretches far beyond the visible limits of the city, encompassing forests, plains, and lakes. Within its borders, Pokémon live free from capture and conflict. Researchers observe them quietly, documenting behavior and evolution without interference. Visitors are allowed only under strict guidelines, ensuring the land remains undisturbed. The creation of the Safari Zone marked a turning point in Kanto's environmental philosophy. It demonstrated that preservation could coexist with education and exploration. Scientists, trainers, and naturalists all found common purpose in its existence, the pursuit of understanding through respect. Many of Kanto's most important ecological discoveries, including insights into migration, breeding, and adaptation, began within its peaceful boundaries. Fuchsia's gym mirrors this philosophy of quiet observation. Led through generations by practitioners of stealth and strategy, it is housed within the trees themselves. Paths twist through wooden walkways and secret chambers, designed to teach not aggression but awareness. Battles here reward patience and precision. Trainers must move slowly, think clearly, and learn to sense what is unseen, lessons drawn directly from the city's natural environment. This atmosphere of subtlety extends into the culture of the people. The residents of Fuchsia value simplicity and discretion. Their homes are built with open-air designs, allowing breezes to carry the scent of the wetlands through shaded rooms. Herbalists and healers gather plants from nearby forests to craft remedies known throughout Kanto for their potency. The city's schools teach both traditional science and local wisdom, preserving methods of coexistence passed down for centuries. Fuchsia's identity is also shaped by mystery. Hidden trails wind through its outskirts, leading to shrines and quiet lookouts known only to locals. Ancient stone markers buried beneath the trees suggest that the area once served as a spiritual center long before modern settlement. Even today, travelers speak of strange sounds deep within the wetlands. Faint cries or glimmers of light across the water that hint at Pokémon not yet fully documented. Yet despite its secrecy, Fuchsia is never unwelcoming. The people greet visitors with gentle curiosity, guiding them through gardens and along the narrow bridges that cross its canals. The city asks for respect, not reverence, and offers peace in return. It is a reminder that discovery does not always require conquest. Sometimes it begins with stillness. As evening falls, the wetlands glow faintly in the twilight. Fireflies drift above the reeds, and the surface of the water mirrors the sky's fading colors. In the distance, the safari zone grows quiet, the Pokémon settling into their nightly patterns. The air carries the scent of rain and wildflowers, and the entire city seems to exhale. Fuchsia City stands as Kanto's living sanctuary, a place of secrecy not for the sake of isolation, but for the preservation of harmony. It reminds all who enter that understanding grows best in silence, and that true balance lies in learning to move gently through the world. Chapter 18: The Safari Zone. Biodiversity in Captivity. North of Fuchsia City lies a vast expanse of land, where the sounds of civilization fade into the hum of nature. This is the Safari Zone, one of Kanto's most remarkable ecological sanctuaries, and a cornerstone of the region's philosophy of coexistence. Spread across hundreds of acres of wetlands, grasslands, and forest, the Safari Zone represents a living museum of biodiversity, where wild Pokémon move freely, and researchers quietly observe life as it unfolds. From the air, the reserve appears as a mosaic of habitats. Glittering ponds reflect the sunlight, while tall reeds sway in the wind. Dense patches of forest break open into wide meadows dotted with wildflowers and low brush. Each ecosystem connects seamlessly to the next, forming an unbroken web of life. No walls divide the species here. Boundaries are set only by nature itself. The Safari Zone was created generations ago, during a time when industrial expansion threatened many of Kanto's native Pokémon. Conservationists and League officials collaborated to set aside this land as a sanctuary, protected by law from capture and destruction. Their vision was simple yet profound: to study Pokémon without interference and to teach future generations the importance of preservation. The project became a symbol of hope, a reminder that progress must protect the life it benefits from. Access to the Safari Zone is carefully regulated. Visitors may enter only with supervision and under strict guidelines. Trainers are not allowed to battle or use standard Pokeballs. Instead, they observe, record, and learn. The experience is intended not as entertainment, but as education, a lesson in patience and respect. For many, walking these paths for the first time becomes a turning point in how they view the natural world. The diversity within the reserve is extraordinary. Herds of Rhyhorn graze peacefully beside flocks of Doduo. Parasect thrive in the damp shade of old trees, breaking down fallen wood into rich soil. Chansey wander near the ponds, caring for injured Pokémon with gentle precision. Scyther and Pinsir patrol the high grasses, maintaining natural balance through predation. Each species plays its role in an intricate system that keeps the environment healthy and self-sustaining. Researchers from across Kanto work here year-round, monitoring population shifts and ecological changes. Their studies have led to breakthroughs in understanding migration patterns, reproduction, and Pokémon social behavior. The Safari Zone's long-term observation programs have also provided crucial insight into the effects of climate and human development on Pokémon evolution. It remains one of the most respected field laboratories in the Pokémon world. Ethical standards within the reserve are strict. Every activity, from photography to sample collection, is overseen by League conservation officers. No Pokémon are taken from the area without explicit research approval, and all habitats are restored after study. The reserve's caretakers, many of whom are descendants of its original founders, maintain a deep spiritual connection to the land, believing their duty is to protect its silence as much as its species. The Safari Zone's influence extends far beyond Fuchsia. It inspired similar sanctuaries throughout other regions, becoming a global model for conservation. Johto's National Park and Hoen's Preserve Islands both trace their origins to Fuchsia's example. Each carries forward the principle that knowledge must serve life, not dominate it. For visitors, the experience of the Safari Zone is unforgettable. The sound of the wind moving through tall grass replaces the noise of the city. Distant cries echo across the water, and each step feels like a privilege. In the evenings, when the sun sinks low, the wetlands turn gold. Pokémon gather at the edges of ponds to drink, and flocks of bird Pokémon pass overhead, their wings glinting in the fading light. The moment feels timeless, untouched by modernity, guided only by the pulse of the natural world. At night, the reserve transforms. Fireflies illuminate the reeds, and nocturnal Pokémon stir in gentle rhythm. The air cools, and the faint croak of Poliwag rises from the shallows. Researchers lower their voices, knowing that in this place, silence is respect. Under the starlit sky, the Safari Zone becomes something more than sanctuary. It becomes a promise. It stands as proof that Kanto understands what it must protect. That curiosity can exist without harm, and that the truest knowledge is gained by listening. The Safari Zone remains Kanto's great gift to the world, a living testament to coexistence, patience, and the enduring beauty of life unbound. Chapter 19: Saffron City, the industrial capital. At the very heart of Kanto lies Saffron City, a vast expanse of concrete, glass, and quiet intensity. It stands as the region's industrial and technological capital, the point where every major road and rail line converges. To many, Saffron represents progress in its purest form. Yet beneath its mechanical precision and towering skyline, there exists a profound order, a balance between innovation and discipline that defines the modern age of Kanto. The city's structure reflects its purpose. Streets run in perfect grids, designed to move people and goods with remarkable efficiency. Trains glide through elevated tracks that shimmer in the sunlight, connecting Saffron to every major city in the region. Its skyline, crowned by communication towers and research facilities, glows faintly at night, illuminating the plains like a constellation brought to Earth. Every element of its design serves the same principle: motion without chaos. Saffron rose from humble beginnings. Centuries ago, it began as a trading outpost between Celadon and Lavender, built on the crossroads where the major routes met. As technology advanced, it became the natural hub for commerce and science. Factories and laboratories replaced farmlands, and innovation became its lifeblood. Yet even in its earliest growth, city planners preserved zones of calm, inner parks and temple gardens, to maintain equilibrium amid expansion. This duality of energy and stillness remains its most defining trait. At the center of Saffron stands the Silph Company headquarters, a symbol of Kanto's industrial might. The structure rises high above the other buildings, its mirrored walls reflecting the entire city below. Within, teams of engineers, chemists, and programmers work on technologies that shape daily life across the region. From communication devices to modern Pokeballs, Silph's inventions have transformed Kanto into an interconnected society. The company's research into teleportation and sustainable energy has further solidified the city's reputation as the frontier of progress. Yet Saffron is not without philosophy. The presence of the psychic-type gym, located near the city's center, reminds its people that intellect must be tempered by understanding. The gym serves both as a training ground and a meditation space, emphasizing focus, clarity, and the ethical use of power. Its design is minimalist, white marble floors, silent corridors, and open chambers filled with natural light. Here, trainers learn that control is not dominance, but awareness. It is a fitting reflection of Saffron itself. The people of Saffron embody this discipline. Their culture prizes efficiency and precision, not haste. Daily life operates on quiet rhythm. Trains arrive exactly on schedule. Workspaces hum with steady productivity, and even the markets move with calm order. Yet beneath this surface of restraint lies a deep creative current. Artists, engineers, and scientists collaborate constantly, their efforts forming the pulse of Kanto's modern identity. Saffron's position as a crossroads has also made it a cultural meeting point. Travelers from every city pass through its stations, bringing with them languages, art, and traditions from across the region. Cafes near the main terminal are filled with students, inventors, and traders sharing ideas over steaming cups of tea. In this mix of precision and diversity, Saffron finds its balance, a city that thrives on both structure and imagination. Despite its industrial reputation, the city retains moments of stillness. The central gardens, laid out in concentric circles, are designed to mirror the flow of thought. Walking paths spiral inward toward a calm, reflecting pool, where psychic Pokémon often meditate alongside their trainers. The gardens are deliberately silent. No engines, no advertisements, only the faint hum of wind through the trees. It is a place where citizens come to quiet their minds after a long day of creation. At night, Saffron transforms into a vision of light. The towers glow in muted gold and violet, reflected in the mirrored windows that line the streets. The hum of machines softens into a low, steady rhythm that feels almost like a heartbeat. From above, the city appears alive but peaceful, every spark of light a reminder that progress need not be noisy to endure. Saffron City represents Kanto's mastery of order, a civilization that advances not through force, but through discipline. Its people understand that technology and spirituality are not opposites, but parallel paths leading toward the same truth, that knowledge, when guided by clarity, can illuminate rather than consume. Chapter 20, The Silph Company, Innovation and Influence. In the heart of Saffron City, the Silph Company Tower rises above the skyline, like a monument to progress. Its polished glass and steel exterior reflects the morning sun, casting long lines of light across the streets below. To those who pass through its quiet doors, the building is more than a corporate headquarters. It is a living symbol of Kanto's scientific spirit, a place where ideas become the tools that shape civilization. The story of Silph begins generations ago, when Kanto's cities were first embracing industrial growth. At that time, the region's technological development was fragmented. Researchers worked in isolation, inventors lacked resources, and many discoveries faded before reaching the public. Silph was founded to unite these efforts under one roof, to build a network where science could move as freely as thought itself. What began as a small manufacturing firm soon grew into the most influential research organization in Kanto. The company's philosophy rests on a simple principle: innovation should serve the living world. Every invention is designed to strengthen the connection between humans and Pokémon rather than exploit it. From the earliest Pokeballs to advanced communication devices, Silph's contributions have transformed daily life across the region. Its engineers refined the mechanical precision of the Pokédex, standardized transportation capsules for Pokémon centers, and improved the storage systems pioneered by Bill. The building itself reflects the company's values. Inside, natural light fills open atriums lined with indoor gardens. Water flows through quiet channels along the corridors, creating a sense of calm even in the midst of constant activity. Laboratories and offices are connected by transparent walkways, symbolizing openness and collaboration. The design encourages movement and exchange, a physical reminder that progress thrives where ideas can meet without barrier. One of Silph's greatest achievements is the development of teleportation and energy transfer technology. Building upon Bill's foundational research, the company succeeded in stabilizing long-distance transmission systems, making it possible for trainers to send Pokémon safely between cities. These breakthroughs revolutionized both commerce and science, effectively shrinking the distances within Kanto. Teleporters and Pokémon centers, the link cable systems, and even emergency rescue networks owe their existence to Silph's engineers. However, innovation of such scale brought responsibility. As Silph's influence grew, so did concerns about the ethical limits of technological power. In response, the company established its own ethics division, a council of researchers and league representatives tasked with ensuring that all projects align with the principles of respect and preservation. The decision set a precedent for scientific accountability that shaped not only Kanto's research culture, but that of neighboring regions as well. Silph also became a leader in renewable energy. Its energy division pioneered compact fusion systems powered by the controlled output of electric-type Pokémon, creating a cleaner and more sustainable alternative to traditional fuel. These innovations transformed Saffron into one of the world's first cities powered entirely by living energy, a fusion of technology and ecology that redefined urban sustainability. The company's global partnerships extend across oceans. Its engineers collaborate with Johto's magnetics researchers, Sinnoh's mineral scientists, and Alola's renewable energy programs. This interregional cooperation has fostered peace and understanding between cultures, turning Silph from a Kanto enterprise into a global bridge of knowledge. Yet even with its vast reach, the heart of Silph remains deeply human. Many of its employees are multi-generational, families of scientists and technicians who view their work not as corporate duty but as stewardship. Inside the tower, there is a quiet sense of pride, a shared belief that innovation is a form of gratitude to the world that sustains it. In the evenings, when the city lights begin to glow, the upper floors of Silph Tower shine softly in golden tones. From its highest windows, one can see every corner of Saffron, the gardens, the railways, the river of people below moving in quiet rhythm. It is said that the founders designed the tower's apex to be slightly curved, so that its reflection of the sun would never blind the city beneath it. Even light, they believed, should serve gently. Silph Company stands today as Kanto's greatest symbol of progress, guided by conscience. It reminds the region that technology, when rooted in empathy, can bring the world closer rather than divide it. In its halls, machines hum quietly beside living plants, and the future feels not mechanical but alive. Chapter 21: Route Network. The Arteries of Kanto. Stretching from the coasts of Vermilion to the forests of Pewter, Kanto's vast network of routes forms the living circulatory system of the region. These roads and trails connect every town, every traveler, and every exchange of culture that defines the land. Though modern maps label them with simple numbers, each path holds its own history, shaped by the terrain, by the Pokémon that dwell along it, and by the generations of people who have followed their winding course. Kanto's routes were not built in haste. Long before cities rose, early settlers followed natural corridors carved by rivers, valleys, and migration trails. Over time, these paths were reinforced by trade and exploration, gradually forming the foundation of the region's infrastructure. The result is a landscape of gentle continuity, where every city feels connected not by distance, but by story. Route 1, stretching between Pallet Town and Viridian City, remains the most iconic. It is short and quiet, lined with tall grass and wild Pidgey that flutter overhead. New trainers often take their first steps here, guided by the sound of rustling leaves and the excitement of possibility. For Kanto, Route 1 is more than a road. It is a rite of passage, the first thread that binds every journey to the rest of the region. As the routes expand outward, the land changes character. Route 2 passes through forests where Caterpie and Weedle cling to dew-soaked branches. Route 3 winds through rocky hills, leading to Mount Moon, while Route 4 opens into wide plains dotted with small lakes. Route 6 follows a tranquil river from Saffron to Vermilion, its banks alive with Poliwag and the scent of water plants. Each route reflects the environment it crosses, a reminder that Kanto's geography is not segmented, but woven together like veins of one great organism. The routes are more than paths of travel. They are ecosystems in motion. Grassy fields provide shelter for grazing Pokémon, while wooded routes serve as corridors for migrating species. Streams that cross the trails carry nutrients from mountain to sea, linking distant habitats into one living network. Researchers have long referred to Kanto's root system as the biological spine of the region, a structure that sustains both life and connection. Human settlements have adapted to these rhythms rather than replacing them. Rest houses and research stations are built with minimal disruption to the surrounding environment, often using local stone and timber. Wooden bridges cross narrow rivers, designed to sway gently rather than resist the wind. Travelers stop at these waypoints to rest, share stories, and observe the Pokémon that move freely along the roadsides. Every route is a blend of human presence and natural stillness. Culturally, the route system holds deep meaning. For many, traveling these paths represents growth, the slow unfolding of independence and understanding. Trainers often describe the sensation of moving from one city to the next as transformative, not because of the distance covered, but because of what is learned along the way. The routes become classrooms, teaching patience, observation, and respect. Kanto's League also maintains each route with care. Conservationists ensure that wild Pokémon populations remain stable and that vegetation regrows naturally. When storms or landslides occur, local volunteers often assist in rebuilding paths using traditional methods. This stewardship reflects Kanto's enduring respect for its land, an understanding that roads are not ownership, but partnership. At dawn, the routes are quiet. Mist hangs low over the grass, and the first sunlight glints off the webs of Spinarak and the wings of Beedrill passing between trees. The air carries a soft hum of life awakening in rhythm. By midday, travelers and Pokémon share the paths peacefully. At night, the forest roots glow faintly with the light of fireflies and the distant songs of Hoot Hoot. The cycle repeats endlessly, steady as breath. When viewed from above, the network of trails resembles a great map of connection, each line crossing and branching, returning to its source in endless motion. These roads, though built by people, belong equally to the world they pass through. They are reminders that Kanto's strength lies not in walls or boundaries, but in the open paths that unite every heart and home. The route network endures as Kanto's living symbol of continuity, the gentle pulse that keeps the region moving, learning, and alive. Chapter 22: Cycling Road, the Bridge of Winds. Stretching across Kanto's southern coast between Celadon and Fuchsia lies one of the most unique structures in the region, the Cycling Road. Suspended above the sea and wetlands, this long, sloping bridge connects two of Kanto's most vibrant areas, while offering one of its most serene experiences. Known to travelers as the Bridge of Winds, it stands as both a marvel of engineering and a celebration of freedom. From its northern entrance outside Celadon, the road begins as a gentle descent. The air changes almost immediately. City sounds fade, replaced by the rhythmic rush of ocean wind. Cyclists lean into the slope, their wheels humming softly over the smooth metal surface. The sea stretches endlessly on one side, while the wetlands of Fuchsia glimmer faintly in the distance. Riding across feels like floating, suspended between sky and water, carried forward by the breath of Kanto itself. The cycling road was built in the mid-industrial era, during Kanto's push to connect urban centers without disturbing natural habitats. Instead of carving through forests or filling wetlands, engineers designed an elevated structure supported by reinforced pylons anchored deep into the coastal bedrock. This design preserved the fragile ecosystems below, allowing flocks of wingull and colonies of tentacool to continue their migrations unhindered. It became an early example of environmentally conscious urban planning, progress built on respect rather than intrusion. The bridge's length allows it to serve as a small world of its own. Along its stretch, rest platforms offer space for travelers to pause and watch the scenery. Pokémon often gather along these overlooks. Pidgeotto riding the currents of air, Magnemite hovering near the power lines, and Krabby scuttling over the lower supports when the tide recedes. The mixture of land, air, and sea life here makes the cycling road an ecosystem in motion, where nature and human design coexist in elegant balance. Wind defines the character of this place. It arrives from all directions, carrying the scent of salt and wild grass. Some days it whispers, others, it howls through the rails with powerful rhythm. Locals say the bridge breathes, inhaling from the ocean, exhaling toward the land. The constant motion cools the structure naturally, reducing energy use and corrosion. Engineers refer to this as the living bridge effect, a design feature inspired by the study of flying Pokémon and their aerodynamic patterns. The cycling road also carries cultural significance. For many Kanto residents, it represents freedom of movement and unity between regions. Students often make the journey each year as a rite of passage, traveling from Celadon's busy markets to Fuchsia's calm wetlands. Artists sketch the horizon from its midpoints, and musicians gather at dawn to let their songs drift across the water. During the annual Festival of Winds, ribbons and streamers are tied along the rails, transforming the bridge into a moving tapestry of color that dances with the air. At sunset, the cycling road becomes ethereal. The metal reflects the sky's fading light, shifting from gold to deep violet. The ocean glows softly below, and the bridge seems to hang between worlds, neither sea nor sky, but something in between. The wind grows cool and steady, carrying the distant cries of Wingull and the quiet echo of bicycle bells. Travelers who stop midway often describe a feeling of peace unlike anywhere else in Kanto, as if the region itself pauses to breathe. At night, low lanterns illuminate the path in soft amber light. Beneath the bridge, the water ripples in patterns of reflected stars. Few sounds reach this height, except for the whisper of the wind and the faint hum of distant currents. It feels endless, a perfect stillness suspended in motion. The cycling road endures as one of Kanto's greatest symbols of connection. It links the urban innovation of Celadon with the natural sanctuary of Fuchsia, bridging progress and preservation. To cross it is to experience both the freedom of movement and the humility of harmony. It remains the bridge of winds, carrying the breath of Kanto from city to sea, reminding all who travel it that true progress is quiet, balanced, and endlessly moving forward. Chapter 23: The Power Plant. Harnessing Nature's Energy. Along the banks of Kanto's northern river, east of Cerulean City, and beyond the quiet fields of Route 10, stands one of the region's most significant technological landmarks, the power plant. Surrounded by water and set against the backdrop of rugged cliffs, the structure rises like a sentinel of industry amid untouched wilderness. It is here that Kanto learned how to harness the forces of nature itself, transforming electricity from a wild phenomenon into the pulse that powers modern life. The power plant was constructed during the height of Kanto's scientific expansion. Its location was chosen for both practicality and symbolism. The river provided a constant source of cooling and hydroelectric support, while the remote landscape minimized disruption to nearby communities. Engineers envisioned the facility as a living experiment, a collaboration between humans, technology, and electric-type Pokémon to create sustainable energy on a regional scale. Inside, vast turbines hum in rhythmic precision. Generators convert electrical output into steady current, which is then distributed through a network of cables that stretch towards Saffron and Vermilion. Yet unlike typical power facilities, this plant depends on partnership rather than extraction. Pokémon such as Magnemite, Electrode, and Jolteon live and work alongside human operators, channeling their natural electricity into controlled systems that maintain the city grids. This collaboration required extraordinary care. Researchers developed containment chambers that adapt to Pokémon energy levels, preventing fatigue while maximizing efficiency. Magnetic fields are adjusted daily to maintain comfort and stability for the Pokémon residing within. The relationship is symbiotic. The Pokémon find safety and nourishment in the plant's controlled environment, and in return, they supply clean, renewable energy. It is a model that embodies Kanto's larger philosophy: progress through coexistence. The power plant also holds a deeper significance within the study of electric Pokémon ecology. The steady hum of the generators attracts numerous wild species that feed on residual currents in the air. Voltorb roll freely through the outer corridors, and small colonies of Magnemite cluster near the magnetic vents, orbiting one another like metallic stars. This natural attraction gave researchers insight into how electric-type Pokémon detect and follow magnetic fields, influencing the design of Pokégear and long-range communication systems used today. Over time, the plant became more than a facility. It became an ecosystem. Moss grows along the damp concrete walls, nourished by humidity from the river. Water Pokémon such as Golduck and Seeking swim near the intake channels, drawn by warmth released from the cooling systems. Above, the air crackles faintly, creating a constant sense of energy that feels almost alive. There are few places in Kanto where the relationship between nature and technology is as literal as here. The air hums with unseen current, the ground trembles softly beneath the rhythmic pulse of energy, and yet beyond the walls wild grass sways undisturbed. The harmony between the constructed and the organic remains one of the power plant's quietest achievements. However, this balance was not always stable. Historical records recall periods of malfunction caused by uncontrolled energy surges, moments when the facility's output exceeded safe limits. During these times, wild electric Pokémon would flock to the site in great numbers, drawn by the energy storm. One such surge years ago led to the first recorded sighting of the legendary bird Zapdos within the facility. Witnesses described the air glowing in radiant gold as lightning coursed through the turbines. Though the event lasted only minutes, it left behind scorched walls and transformed the power plant into a place of awe and reverence. Since then, safety protocols have been refined, and the plant now operates with precision unmatched in the region. Still, the legend of Zapdos remains, a reminder that nature's power, however well understood, will always retain an element of mystery. Today, the power plant stands as a testament to cooperation and restraint. It supplies energy to much of Kanto while maintaining near-zero emissions. Tours and research programs welcome scientists from around the world, studying its model as an example of harmonious engineering. Even the hum of its generators seems peaceful, a steady rhythm that symbolizes the partnership between human ambition and the natural forces that sustain it. As evening falls, the river reflects the glow of the plant's lights, rippling gold and white across the surface. The turbines slow slightly, and the air cools with the scent of rain. Somewhere within, the electric Pokémon settle into quiet stillness, their energy stored safely for the night. The sound of power becomes the sound of calm. The power plant reminds Kanto of a simple truth, that energy, like life, must flow with balance. To command it is to understand it. To sustain it is to respect it. Chapter 24, Zapdos, the Storm Guardian of Kanto. High above Kanto's coasts and mountains, lightning gathers in spiraling clouds. It is said that when the sky splits with golden light, the Guardian of Thunder has taken flight. Zapdos, the legendary bird of electricity, remains one of the most powerful and elusive figures in Kanto's lore. Unlike mythical tales of distant lands, Zapdos belongs firmly to Kanto's skies. Its presence is both scientific and spiritual, a bridge between meteorology and myth. The earliest accounts of Zapdos date back to ancient stone carvings found near the power plant in the rock tunnel cliffs. These depict a great avian figure surrounded by streaks of jagged light. Local historians believe early settlers witnessed electrical storms so intense that they seemed alive, and perhaps they were. The pattern of these storms, recorded over centuries, shows consistent epicenters near Kanto's main energy zones, suggesting a natural affinity between Zapdos and high concentrations of atmospheric charge. In scientific terms, Zapdos represents the pure embodiment of electrical energy within biological form. Researchers theorize that its wings function as massive conductors, storing and releasing static energy at will. The friction of air molecules across its feathers creates a charge differential, enabling it to generate lightning independent of weather conditions. During flight, sensors have recorded brief electromagnetic pulses strong enough to interfere with communication systems miles away. Yet despite its destructive potential, every recorded appearance of Zapdos has been fleeting and calm. The bird acts not in malice, but as a stabilizing force of nature. Eyewitness accounts describe a creature of radiant power. When Zapdos emerges, the air thickens with electricity, and the world grows silent for a moment before thunder returns in a deep resonant wave. Its body glows faintly gold, edged in black like storm clouds at sunset. The sound of its wings is not the crack of lightning, but a low vibration that hums through the air, steady, deliberate, alive. Many who have seen it describe an overwhelming sense of awe rather than fear. Legends say Zapdos appears when balance in the atmosphere is disturbed, when storms grow too violent, or when unnatural interference threatens the natural flow of energy. Its intervention at the power plant remains the most famous example. Records show that during a sudden overload decades ago, the facility's system stabilized immediately after a surge of electrical discharge was detected overhead. Engineers watching from the control deck reported seeing a golden light strike the river and disperse harmlessly, restoring normal output. Whether coincidence or intervention, that moment became the foundation of Zapdos's reputation as the Storm Guardian. Spiritually, Zapdos represents both warning and renewal. It is the embodiment of energy in motion, powerful, unpredictable, yet purposeful. In Kanto's cultural traditions, lightning is not seen as punishment, but as cleansing, restoring equilibrium between sky and earth. Zapdos personifies that balance. Where it flies, the air clears, and storms often subside in the days that follow. Many rural shrines still offer small tokens to honor the guardian during the rainy season, praying for protection from violent tempests. Despite centuries of observation, Zapdos remains beyond capture or control. The League prohibits any attempt to locate or confine it, designating it a wild elemental protector. Modern research has shifted from pursuit to respect. Satellite imaging occasionally detects energy spikes matching Zapdos's unique signature, most often near the power plant or the southern sea cliffs. Each appearance is brief, lasting mere minutes before vanishing into the clouds. For scientists, Zapdos is a living mystery. For the people of Kanto, it is a reminder that even in an age of technology and mastery over nature, some forces remain sovereign. The lightning bird exists not as a creature to be studied alone, but as part of the world's breathing system, maintaining harmony in ways no machine can replicate. At dusk, when the clouds gather and thunder murmurs faintly in the distance, there is a feeling in the air, an almost imperceptible vibration, like the sky drawing a breath. The wind shifts, the light bends, and for a fleeting moment, the horizon glows with gold. Somewhere beyond sight, wings beat once, and the storm moves on. Chapter 25. Seafoam Islands, Caverns of Ice and Current. South of Fuchsia City, where Kanto's coastline gives way to open ocean, a cluster of islands rises from the mist. The Seafoam Islands stand as one of the region's most remote and captivating natural landmarks, a labyrinth of frozen caverns, underwater tunnels, and shifting tides. Their name evokes calm, yet the environment is anything but simple. Here, the meeting of warm sea currents and cold subterranean air creates a place of eternal balance, fragile, beautiful, and alive with mystery. The Seafoam Islands are formed from limestone, their surfaces sculpted over millennia by wind and salt water. The islands appear gentle from afar, covered in pale rock and snow-dusted cliffs. Yet beneath these surfaces lie vast networks of caverns descending deep into the ocean floor. Inside, icy stalactites hang like glass chandeliers, and streams of water run through the tunnels, connecting inland pools with the surrounding sea. The temperature remains low year-round, preserved by the complex airflow that circulates through cracks in the stone. Researchers believe the islands serve as one of Kanto's most important ecological regulators. Cold ocean currents pass through the caves, cooling the surrounding waters and influencing marine weather patterns along the coast. This system supports an extraordinary range of sea life, from shelter and seal near the surface to colonies of dugong in the deeper passages. Even the presence of certain migratory Pokémon, such as Lapras, appears linked to the island's thermal balance. The Seafoam Islands are also one of the few known habitats of the legendary bird Articuno, the embodiment of ice in winter. While sightings are rare, the creature's influence is unmistakable. The interior caverns often display unusual frost formations, spirals and arcs of ice that seem to defy the flow of air. Sensors placed deep within the caves have recorded sudden drops in temperature, followed by stillness, so profound that even dripping water ceases for minutes at a time. Local lore holds that these moments mark Articuno's passing. Articuno's role in the island's environment appears both symbolic and scientific. The Pokémon's presence maintains equilibrium, cooling the sea currents that prevent the region's southern waters from overheating during Kanto's warm seasons. It is as if the Guardian itself moderates the breath of the ocean, ensuring stability across the coastal ecosystems. This subtle intervention reflects a pattern shared by Kanto's three legendary birds, each governing an element essential to life: lightning, ice, and fire. The Seafoam Islands are notoriously difficult to navigate. Powerful currents flow through the underwater tunnels, shifting direction with the tides. Only trained divers and specialized teams can safely explore the deeper chambers. For this reason, League researchers limit expeditions to a few weeks each year, studying the unique interplay of heat exchange and Pokémon migration within the caves. Despite the harsh conditions, the islands remain pristine, untouched by modern development, preserved as both a scientific and spiritual sanctuary. Visitors who manage to reach the upper caverns describe an atmosphere of haunting beauty. The air is cold and pure, carrying a faint echo of the sea below. Light enters through narrow cracks in the rock, scattering into icy blues that dance across the walls. Seal and dugong rest along frozen pools, their breath rising like mist into the air. At moments, the silence is so complete that even the faint movement of water feels like a whisper. During winter storms, the islands become a spectacle of nature's power. Waves crash against the cliffs in rhythmic bursts, sending spray high into the air, where it freezes into drifting crystals before falling back as snow. The sound of the wind through the caverns blends with the ocean's roar, creating a deep, resonant harmony. For those who witness it, the sight feels sacred, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains all life along Kanto's coasts. The Seafoam Islands remain one of Kanto's purest expressions of natural order. Cold and warmth, air and water, stillness and motion all meet here in perfect rhythm. Beneath their frozen surface lies not emptiness, but life, quiet, patient, eternal. The presence of Articuno, whether seen or only felt, serves as a reminder that even in the harshest places, beauty persists through balance. At night, under the light of the moon, the islands gleam faintly across the sea. The wind carries the scent of salt and snow, and the waves reflect the stars. Somewhere within the labyrinth below, ice shifts softly against stone, the slow breathing of the ocean itself. The Seafoam Islands endure as both sanctuary and symbol, teaching Kanto that power can exist in stillness, and that harmony often begins in silence. Chapter 26, Articuno, the Spirit of Winter. Far above Kanto's southern seas, When the sky clears after a storm and sunlight strikes frozen mist, the world sometimes reveals a shape gliding through the clouds. Articuno, the legendary bird of ice, is the embodiment of serenity and winter's grace. Among Kanto's guardian legends, none inspire such quiet reverence. Where Zapdos commands thunder and Moltres burns with flame, Articuno moves with stillness, a presence that cools the air and hushes the wind. The earliest descriptions of Articuno appear in sailors' journals dating back centuries. Mariners traveling Kanto's southern routes wrote of a radiant blue bird that appeared during blizzards, guiding ships safely to shore. They claim the creature's wings shimmered like frost, scattering light into countless crystals that fell as gentle snow. Unlike most legends, these accounts were consistent across generations, suggesting not myth but memory, observations of a real phenomenon repeated through time. In scientific study, Articuno is believed to be a living expression of thermoregulation, a Pokémon capable of altering local temperature through controlled cryogenic discharge. Its wings generate sub-zero air currents that can freeze moisture into fine ice dust, creating the appearance of snowfall even in temperate conditions. Sensors placed throughout the Seafoam Islands record abrupt temperature drops whenever electromagnetic fields spike in patterns consistent with large airborne Pokémon. These findings support the theory that Articuno's flight directly affects atmospheric equilibrium across the southern seas. But Articuno's significance extends beyond science. To the people of Kanto, it represents calm within chaos. Ancient carvings discovered near the Seafoam coast show the bird spreading its wings over a storm-tossed sea, its feathers forming a protective canopy. Local folklore interprets this image as salvation, a symbol of clarity that follows turmoil. Many coastal villages still hold winter ceremonies honoring the spirit of frost, lighting lanterns shaped like wings to invite safe passage through the season's storms. Unlike Zapdos or Moltres, Articuno's temperament is gentle. Witnesses describe an aura of peace surrounding it, a stillness that quiets both air and sea. Even wild Pokémon respond to its presence with calm behavior. Seal and dugong surface silently when it passes. Wingull fold their wings and glide without sound. This harmony suggests that Articuno may emit subtle energy frequencies that regulate environmental stability. Researchers studying these effects believe its influence extends far beyond the Seafoam Islands, helping maintain seasonal patterns across all of southern Kanto. Legends say that Articuno appears only to those lost in blizzards or stranded at sea, its form guiding them towards safety. Whether through instinct or empathy, it seems drawn to distress. Survivors often recall a single moment of radiant light before the storm cleared, a glimmer of wings refracted through ice, and then silence. To many, that memory became a sign that nature itself watches over those who respect it. The few verified sightings of Articuno share a common atmosphere. The temperature drops, snow falls without wind, and sound seems to vanish from the world. For a moment, even time feels suspended. Then, as the light shifts, a shape moves across the horizon. Long wings trailing streams of crystal air, eyes shining like moonlight. It is gone as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only frost on the stones and a sense of profound tranquility. In Kanto's spiritual traditions, Articuno symbolizes renewal through stillness. Its element, ice, is not death, but preservation, the pause before spring's return. Farmers and sailors alike once looked to winter as a sacred interlude, a time for the world to heal and regain balance. In that sense, Articuno is not a force of cold alone, but of continuity. Its presence ensures that life endures the harshest seasons and emerges stronger with each thaw. The Seafoam Islands remain the Guardian's chosen domain, and League regulations protect the area from intrusion. Researchers now observe from a distance, using silent equipment and remote sensors to ensure the environment remains undisturbed. Their approach reflects what Articuno itself seems to teach, that understanding often requires quiet observation rather than pursuit. At dusk, when the last light touches the sea, the air above the islands takes on a faint blue glow. The wind calms, the waves grow smooth, and a shimmer of frost appears along the cliff edges, subtle, ephemeral, and impossibly delicate. Those who have seen it say the moment feels like a breath held by the world itself. Whether or not Articuno is visible, its presence is felt in the hush of the air, in the glitter of ice on stone, and in the peace that follows every storm. Articuno remains the spirit of winter, a reminder that even in stillness, there is life, and in silence, there is strength. Chapter 27, Cinnabar Island, the Flame Beneath the Sea. Off Kanto's southwestern coast, where deep blue water meets the horizon, lies Cinnabar Island, a place where fire and ocean coexist. It is one of the most geographically unique locations in the region, built upon layers of volcanic rock that still pulse faintly with heat. Steam rises from the cliffs at dawn, and the air carries a scent of minerals and salt. Here, the world feels alive beneath one's feet, as if the island itself remembers its fiery birth. Cinnabar was formed thousands of years ago through repeated volcanic eruptions along a tectonic fault line beneath the sea. The island grew outward over time, each eruption layering cooled magma into hardened stone. This history is visible in its terrain: jagged black cliffs, warm beaches of dark sand, and pockets of bubbling springs scattered through the landscape. The volcano at its center, Mount Cinnabar, remains dormant but not silent. It releases slow plumes of steam that drift into the sky, painting the horizon with faint silver. Because of its volcanic foundation, Cinnabar hosts one of Kanto's most diverse ecosystems. The mineral-rich soil supports rare plant life that thrives in heat, while fire-type Pokémon such as Growlithe, Ponyta, and Magmar dwell near the vents and lava tubes. Beneath the cliffs, the surrounding sea teems with life adapted to warmth. Species like Tentacool, Staryu, and Lapras follow the rising currents for shelter and food. Land and sea meet here in dynamic equilibrium, creating an environment both harsh and sustaining. Cinnabar's human settlement grew slowly, shaped by its isolation. Early inhabitants were scholars and researchers drawn by the island's geological mysteries. Over generations, their community evolved into a small but thriving port town centered around discovery. Narrow streets wind between warm stone buildings, and geothermal vents provide natural heat for homes and baths. At night, soft light glows through the mist, and the sound of waves mingles with the quiet hum of underground energy. The island's most famous landmark, the Cinnabar Lab, stands near the shore. Founded as a research institute, it became one of the League's most advanced centers for Pokémon biology. Here, scientists study the effects of heat on evolution, the adaptation of Pokémon to volcanic environments, and the preservation of fossils uncovered in the island's basalt layers. Many of these fossils, Kabuto shells, Aerodactyl fragments, and traces of ancient life, are preserved better here than anywhere else in Kanto, due to the mineral composition of the rock. Cinnabar's volcanic systems also provided a key to Kanto's energy research. The geothermal vents were among the first natural sources tapped to generate sustainable heat and electricity. Today, the island operates largely independent of external power, relying on clean energy drawn directly from its volcanic core. This innovation stands as a model for self-sufficiency, a partnership between human ingenuity and the Earth's natural rhythm. Yet Cinnabar's greatest symbol is not technological, but elemental: fire itself. Fire on the island is seen not as destruction, but as transformation. The people here speak of it with reverence, as the energy that renews, reshapes, and gives warmth to the world. Festivals are held during the solstice, where lanterns are set adrift upon the sea, their flames reflecting against the dark waves like constellations returned to the earth. The celebration honors both the volcano's power and the life it sustains. In legend, Cinnabar is watched over by Moltres, the bird of flame and rebirth. While rare sightings have been reported during volcanic tremors or lightning storms, moments when fire and air converge, witnesses describe wings like molten gold streaking across the sky, followed by silence. To the island's people, these appearances are not omens of danger but blessings, a sign that the cycle of renewal continues and that the island remains in balance. Visitors to Cinnabar often speak of its contrasts: the heat of the soil and the coolness of the ocean, the sound of eruption and the peace of the shore, the memory of destruction and the persistence of life. Standing at the edge of Mount Cinnabar at sunset, one can feel both extremes at once: the quiet warmth beneath the stone and the steady wind carrying the scent of the sea. In that moment, the island's spirit becomes clear. It is not a place of chaos, but of endurance. Cinnabar Island stands as the living heart of Kanto's elemental history, where the power of the planet meets the calm of the sea, and where the lesson of fire is not to burn but to transform. Chapter 28: Moltres, the Eternal Flame of Rebirth. When the sun dips low beyond the western sea, and the sky burns in hues of red and gold, there are moments when the light itself seems alive. In those rare, breathtaking flashes, witnesses speak of wings made of fire, vast and radiant, gliding across the horizon. This is Moltres, the legendary bird of flame, the eternal symbol of rebirth and renewal in Kanto's lore. Moltres is more than myth. Historical accounts of volcanic eruptions and migrations describe luminous phenomena streaking across the sky, often coinciding with the return of calm after disaster. Ancient texts recovered from Cinnabar Island's archives speak of a firebringer that carried the promise of life in its wings, rekindling the earth after devastation. To the people of Kanto, Moltres represents not destruction, but the power of nature to cleanse and begin anew. In scientific study, Moltres is considered a rare elemental life form, a Pokémon whose body generates self-sustaining plasma heat. Its feathers are composed of highly ionized particles that glow at extreme temperatures, forming an aura of flame that burns without consuming. The heat surrounding its body can reach levels capable of melting stone, yet observers describe a sense of calm when it flies overhead. The fire it bears seems alive, yet controlled, a manifestation of balance within power. Legends say Moltres rests deep within volcanic chambers, emerging only when the natural balance of the region requires renewal. Many connect its appearances to the seismic rhythms of Mount Cinnabar, where the earth itself breathes fire through the vents. When magma stirs beneath the surface, locals sometimes report seeing a golden trail across the clouds, a momentary glimpse of the Guardian rising with the heat. Moltres' relationship to the natural world mirrors that of Cinnabar Island itself. Both are born of fire, yet both nurture life. The Pokémon's flames are said to purify the air after eruptions, stabilizing the flow of heat and ash that renews the soil. Researchers studying the island's regrowth after historic tremors noted accelerated vegetation and Pokémon migration, suggesting that natural fire energy, perhaps influenced by Moltres, enriches the environment in ways beyond human replication. Culturally, Moltres embodies endurance through adversity. Throughout Kanto's history, stories of its flight have marked times of rebuilding, after storms, after quakes, and after loss. The Fire Festival of Cinnabar honors this cycle each year at the summer solstice. As night falls, the island's residents release hundreds of glowing lanterns across the water. The sea becomes a field of reflected stars, symbolizing renewal and remembrance. In moments when distant lightning flickers over the horizon, the people whisper that the Firebringer is watching. Unlike Zapdos's force or Articuno's stillness, Moltres represents transformation. Its element, fire, is not chaos but creation, the energy that turns ash into fertile ground and darkness into light. In spiritual tradition, it is called the breath of dawn, the moment when the world begins again. Monks and scholars across Kanto view Moltres as the purest embodiment of change, proof that endings can carry the spark of beginning within them. Eyewitness accounts describe its presence with a sense of awe. The sky glows as if the sun itself has drawn closer, and a low hum fills the air, not the roar of burning, but the steady vibration of power and harmony. The temperature rises, yet the wind feels gentle, as though the fire warms without harm. For a few brief seconds, the world is bathed in gold before the figure vanishes into cloud and silence. In its wake, the air smells faintly of rain and smoke, a paradox of fire that restores rather than consumes. Moltres also plays a central role in Kanto's symbolic triad, alongside Zapdos and Articuno. Together, they represent the balance of nature's elements, lightning, ice, and fire, each dependent on the others to maintain harmony. Zapdos governs energy, Articuno brings calm, and Moltres renews. Their combined influence sustains the cycles of weather, growth, and rest that define the living rhythm of Kanto itself. To this day, no one has captured Moltres or proven its existence in full. Yet every time the volcano glows brighter under the night sky, or a storm clears to reveal a streak of gold across the clouds, belief returns. The people of Cinnabar need no proof. They simply look to the horizon and feel its warmth, certain that somewhere, the eternal flame still burns. As night deepens and the sea reflects the stars, the island grows quiet. From afar, the volcano exhales a final breath of steam that drifts toward the sky. In that silence, the world feels held between destruction and renewal, an endless cycle that defines both Kanto and life itself. Moltres endures as the spirit of fire, the light that follows loss, and the eternal promise that every ending carries the heat of beginning. Chapter 29, Indigo Plateau, the Seat of Champions. Beyond the forests and mountains of northern Kanto lies a vast plateau carved into the highlands, a place both silent and monumental. This is the Indigo Plateau, the final destination for countless journeys, and the spiritual center of the Pokémon League. Here, surrounded by cliffs and open sky, Kanto's greatest trainers gather not merely to compete, but to honor the legacy of mastery, discipline, and balance that defines their world. The Indigo Plateau occupies the border between Kanto and Johto, a location chosen centuries ago for its natural symbolism. The high altitude represents aspiration, and the open horizon signifies unity, two regions connected under the same sky. The terrain is rugged yet peaceful, formed from ancient volcanic stone that glows faintly in sunset light. Wind moves freely across the expanse, carrying the scent of pine and mountain frost. Even before its construction, travelers spoke of the plateau's stillness as something sacred. The Pokémon League complex stands at the plateau's heart, an architectural blend of stone, glass, and open air. Its design honors both nature and tradition. Wide terraces overlook the valleys below, while reflective pools line the courtyards, mirroring the sky above. The main hall, known as the Hall of Origin, serves as the ceremonial center. Within it, banners representing every gym of Kanto hang from the walls, their colors forming a living mosaic of the region's diversity. The League itself was founded to unify Kanto's various cities and philosophies under one shared ideal, the pursuit of harmony through strength. Each gym leader represents not just a specialty in battle, but a discipline of thought, patience, adaptability, endurance, creativity. The League's purpose is not conquest but reflection, to measure how trainers apply those values when faced with challenge. Victory at the Indigo Plateau symbolizes not dominance, but understanding. The battles held here follow an almost ritual structure. Between each match, there is silence. Trainers walk through corridors lined with stone carvings, depicting legendary Pokémon reminders of the balance that sustains the world they serve. The Elite Four chambers each reflect their elemental focus, blending environment with philosophy. The rooms are not arenas of aggression, but of study. Every match, every exchange of energy, is treated as dialogue between equals, a moment when human and Pokémon strive together toward clarity. Beyond the halls lies the Champion's Chamber, the final room in the League. It is circular, open to the sky above. At night, moonlight falls directly onto the central platform, illuminating it with a pale glow. For those who reach this place, the silence feels profound. The sound of the wind replaces the noise of the crowd, and even time seems to pause. It is said that every champion who has stood there feels the same awareness, not of triumph, but of connection. The realization that mastery in Kanto's tradition means harmony with all that came before. Surrounding the League complex are the training grounds and gardens where Pokémon and trainers rest between battles. Streams flow through the plateau, fed by melting snow from the surrounding peaks. The air remains cool and pure year-round, preserving the quiet dignity of the land. Wild Pokémon roam freely among the pine trees, unbothered by the presence of people. For many who live in the cities below, a visit to Indigo Plateau feels like returning to the origin, a reminder of why they began their journeys in the first place. The League's influence extends beyond competition. Its policies shape Kanto's education, conservation, and ethics of Pokémon care. Each new champion inherits not only a title but a responsibility to serve as guardian of those ideals. The plateau thus represents both culmination and beginning, the summit of skill and the foundation of guidance for generations to come. When the final match of the season ends and the crowd disperses, the Indigo Plateau returns to quiet. The mountains glow gold under the setting sun, and the banners of the gyms ripple gently in the breeze. The air carries the faint echo of cheers long faded, and somewhere in the distance, a single Pidgeot circles the summit, catching the last light of day. The Indigo Plateau stands as the living heart of Kanto's philosophy, the meeting of discipline and wonder, of competition and calm. It reminds all who climb its steps that greatness is not measured by victory alone, but by understanding one's place within the greater harmony of the world. Chapter 30. The Pokémon League Tradition and Philosophy. The Pokémon League stands not only as Kanto's highest institution of competition, but as the embodiment of its deepest values. Beyond the grandeur of battles and titles, the League represents a philosophy, a living code that shapes how people and Pokémon coexist, grow, and strive together. Its halls at the Indigo Plateau serve as both academy and sanctuary, where every match becomes a dialogue between discipline, respect, and trust. The League's origins trace back centuries, long before the modern gym system existed. Early trainers gathered in the mountain valleys north of Viridian to test their skills, not for power or wealth, but to learn from one another. They believed that true strength could not exist without understanding, and that every battle was a form of communication between living beings. These gatherings evolved into formal tournaments, eventually uniting under the symbol that endures today, a golden laurel encircling the flame of wisdom. When the Indigo Plateau was chosen as the League's permanent home, its founders designed more than an arena. They built a monument to balance. The structure's open courtyards, reflecting pools, and skyward chambers were meant to remind trainers that victory must always return to humility, that the higher one climbs, the greater one's duty to those who follow. Every element of the League's architecture reflects this philosophy: light and stone, wind and water, each in measured harmony. At the center of its teachings lies the triad of virtues: discipline, empathy, and balance. These are the qualities every trainer is expected to cultivate. Discipline governs the pursuit of skill and strategy. Empathy ensures compassion toward all living creatures, and balance represents the harmony between ambition and restraint. A trainer who embodies all three earns not only victory but wisdom, the mark of a true champion. The League's structure reinforces these ideals. Each gym across Kanto functions as both a testing ground and a school, where leaders serve as teachers before rivals. Their challenges are designed not to eliminate, but to refine. Every badge earned represents mastery of a lesson: patience in Pewter, adaptability in Cerulean, resolve in Vermilion, reflection in Saffron, and so on. By the time a trainer reaches the Indigo Plateau, they have completed not just a circuit of cities, but a journey through the moral fabric of Kanto itself. Elite Four members carry this philosophy even further. Each represents an element of nature and an aspect of the human spirit: endurance, intellect, courage, and grace. Their battles are less about defeating opponents than about testing one's ability to remain composed amid pressure. The champion who follows them stands not as ruler, but as steward, entrusted to uphold the League's principles and to guide Kanto's trainers by example. Throughout history, the League has adapted while preserving its core. As technology advanced, it incorporated modern systems of safety and regulation, ensuring fairness without sacrificing tradition. Matches are carefully monitored for Pokémon welfare, and every victory is recorded not only by score but by conduct. The League's archives hold generations of battle data, preserved as much for study as for legacy. Scholars within its research division analyze patterns in competition, exploring how strategy evolves alongside culture. Yet despite its complexity, the League's essence remains simple. It exists to remind Kanto that strength is meaningless without purpose. Every gym, every trainer, every challenge traces back to this single truth. Battles are not ends, but conversations, opportunities to understand one another through shared effort. The moment a trainer forgets this, their power becomes hollow. The moment they remember, even defeat becomes a step toward mastery. During the annual championship ceremony, when the League's torch is lit atop the plateau, its flame burns not as a symbol of triumph, but of renewal. The fire is kindled using energy gathered from Pokémon of every region, a gesture of unity between species, cities, and cultures. As it burns against the mountain wind, it reminds all of Kanto that progress depends not on victory alone, but on harmony between all living forces. When the last match ends and silence returns to the plateau, the League remains timeless, steadfast, and peaceful. Its philosophy endures in every trainer who carries a Pokéball, in every act of kindness toward a partner, and in every journey that begins anew from Pallet Town. The Pokémon League stands as Kanto's greatest inheritance, proof that competition, guided by respect, can become the purest expression of understanding. Chapter 31. Viridian Forest, the Green Heart of Kanto. Between Pewter City and Viridian City lies a vast stretch of emerald canopy, known simply as the Viridian Forest. Though it appears quiet from above, this ancient woodland is one of Kanto's oldest living ecosystems, a remnant of the primordial forests that once covered much of the region. To walk beneath its branches is to step back into an earlier age of balance, where every sound, scent, and movement is part of a rhythm untouched by time. The forest sits in a shallow valley, surrounded by low hills, where moist air from the sea gathers and nourishes its dense vegetation. Towering oaks and pines form a living roof that filters sunlight into soft, shifting gold. Beneath, layers of moss cover the forest floor like velvet, and narrow streams weave quietly among roots. The air is cool, filled with the hum of life, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant calls of Pidgey, and the soft electric buzz of Beedrill wings. Viridian Forest is more than a habitat. It is the heart of Kanto's natural world, a sanctuary where the region's ecosystems converge. Its soil supports hundreds of plant species found nowhere else, from luminous fungi that glow faintly at night, to climbing vines that wrap around the trunks in spirals. Many of Kanto's early botanists traced the origins of modern potion and medicine ingredients to this very forest, identifying plants that could purify toxins or restore vitality. To this day, researchers still collect samples here, guided by local rangers who know each path by instinct. The forest's most famous inhabitants are its bug-type Pokémon, Caterpie, Weedle, Metapod, and Kakuna, creatures that represent the cycle of transformation itself. Their presence defines the forest's rhythm: slow, patient growth followed by sudden metamorphosis. The canopy above often shimmers with the wings of Butterfree and Beedrill, their movements delicate and constant. The balance between these species is fragile yet enduring, a silent agreement between predator and prey, ensuring that no life dominates another. Other Pokémon thrive here as well. Pikachu and Pichu families nest among hollow trees, drawing on the forest's abundant energy. Pidgeotto glide between the branches hunting small insects, while Oddish and Bellsprout emerge at dusk to absorb moonlight through the damp soil. Even larger Pokémon, such as Scyther, occasionally appear deeper within, their emerald forms blending seamlessly with the shadows. Every layer of the forest, from root to canopy, holds its own world, perfectly tuned to the others. For Kanto's people, Viridian Forest has always been sacred. Ancient records describe it as the cradle of harmony, a place where early settlers came to seek guidance from the natural world. Shrines made of stone and covered in moss still stand along the paths, each marking sites of gratitude for harvests, safety, and healing. Travelers leave small offerings, a leaf, a berry, or a carved token, as gestures of respect. These traditions continue quietly, blending culture and ecology into one seamless rhythm. Yet the forest also serves as a teacher, Trainers often pass through it on their first journey, learning patience as they move slowly through tall grass and unpredictable paths. Unlike the cities and routes that lie beyond, the forest cannot be rushed. It requires awareness, listening for sounds, observing movement, reading the language of nature. Many say that Viridian Forest is the first true test of a trainer's connection with the world around them, long before any gym battle begins. Environmentalists regard the area as one of Kanto's greatest conservation successes. Strict protections prevent logging or construction, and League Rangers monitor the ecosystem year-round. They maintain trails, record seasonal migrations, and study the subtle ways in which the forest responds to weather changes. Because of this careful stewardship, Viridian remains one of the few places where nature thrives in near-original form, a living archive of Kanto's ancient climate. At twilight, the forest transforms. The sun fades into threads of orange between the trees, and a quiet luminescence begins to glow from moss and mushrooms along the paths. Fireflies rise in clouds of golden light, and the sound of the river deepens into a low murmur. The air cools, the Pokémon settle, and the forest exhales in unison. It feels less like a place and more like a heartbeat, steady, gentle, eternal. Viridian Forest endures as the green heart of Kanto, a symbol of life's resilience and the beauty of balance. Its silence is not emptiness, but fullness, the living memory of a world that still breathes in perfect rhythm with the land. Chapter 32, Mountain Moon, the Celestial Mountain. North of Pewter City, rising gently from the foothills and stretching toward the clouds, stands Mount Moon, a mountain that holds both geological wonder and celestial mystery. Its slopes appear soft from afar, blanketed in silver rock and pale dust that shimmer faintly under moonlight. Yet beneath its tranquil surface lies a vast labyrinth of caves, minerals, and ancient secrets that have shaped Kanto's understanding of both the earth and the stars. Kanamonti Wabelma, Kanoan Stept. Moon is one of Kanto's oldest formations, created by tectonic uplift millions of years ago. Its limestone caverns bear the marks of ancient rivers that once flowed beneath the surface, leaving behind tunnels and chambers rich in crystal and fossil deposits. Over centuries, erosion opened these chambers to the sky, forming the iconic cratered summit that gives the mountain its name. On clear nights, the light of the full moon reflects off the stone, illuminating the entire peak in a faint, silvery glow, a sight that early travelers likened to the surface of the moon itself. The mountain's most famous resource is moonstone, a rare mineral that emits a soft luminescence under night skies. Composed of crystallized cosmic dust and trace elements unique to meteorite impact zones, moonstone has become one of Kanto's most studied natural phenomena. It possesses a peculiar resonance with certain Pokémon, triggering evolutionary transformations that remain only partially understood. Clefairy, the mountain's iconic resident, is known to gather around these stones in small groups, performing gentle, rhythmic movements that resemble ritual dances. Scientists continue to debate whether the mineral's radiation or the Pokémon's own bioluminescent response drives this behavior, a mystery that deepens with every observation. For Kanto's people, Mount Moon has always carried spiritual meaning. Ancient scripts recovered from nearby ruins refer to it as the Mountain of First Light, a place where the heavens touch the earth. Early astronomers built observatories along its base, using polished stones to track lunar cycles and meteor showers. Even today, researchers from the Celadon Observatory make annual pilgrimages here to study cosmic activity, believing that the mountain's mineral composition enhance electromagnetic readings from the upper atmosphere. Inside its caverns, life persists in delicate balance. Zubat flit through the shadows, their cries echoing in rhythmic pulses that map the narrow tunnels. Paris and Parasect cultivate luminous fungi on the damp walls, forming small bioluminescent gardens. Deeper still, fossilized remains of ancient Pokémon lie embedded in stone, silent witnesses to the region's prehistoric past. The constant trickle of groundwater nourishes mosses and crystals, creating an ecosystem that thrives without sunlight. Every corner of Mount Moon tells a story, written in the language of time and mineral. Clefairy and Clefable, the mountain's most cherished inhabitants, are inseparable from its legend. They are rarely seen outside its borders, appearing most often under the full moon. Observers describe their gatherings as peaceful and synchronized circles of Pokémon swaying gently beneath the lunar glow. The events are so regular that local scientists and historians now refer to them as moonlight convergences, phenomena that blend biology, astronomy, and folklore into one gentle ritual. Villagers from Pewter and Cerulean once climbed the slopes quietly to watch from afar, leaving offerings of berries and flowers in gratitude. Over time, Mount Moon became not only a site of natural study, but of introspection. Travelers often describe a calm clarity that settles upon them during their ascent. The thin air, the silver light, and the hum of unseen energy combine to create a sense of perspective, a reminder of how small yet connected every living thing is beneath the same sky. This feeling, known locally as the moon's silence, is said to restore focus and humility to those who experience it. Conservationists have long worked to preserve the mountain's balance. League rangers patrol its trails, ensuring that excavation and tourism remain limited. Mining of moonstones is strictly regulated to protect both the ecosystem and the cultural significance of the resource. Despite its scientific allure, Mount Moon endures as a place of reverence, a reminder that discovery should always walk hand in hand with respect. At night, the summit glows in pale silver, casting its reflection onto the river valleys below. The stars above seem closer here, their light mingling with that of the moon, stones scattered across the slopes. The air is cool, quiet, and timeless. For Kanto, Mount Moon is more than stone and earth. It is the bridge between sky and ground, science and spirit, mystery and meaning. Maintaint wall you hund Holland, and a spullet feel for it. Moon remains the celestial mountain, a place where the heavens meet the living world, and where every light, no matter how distant, leaves its trace upon the earth. Chapter 33, Cerulean Cave, the hidden sanctuary of power. North of Cerulean City, beyond the calm of its famous river and bridge, lies an entrance often overlooked by travelers, a dark opening in the cliffside where the mountain meets the water. This is the Cerulean Cave, a place that few have entered and even fewer have fully explored. Shrouded in mystery and silence, it is widely regarded as the most enigmatic natural formation in all of Kanto, a sanctuary untouched by time and human interference. The cave's geography is as strange as it is beautiful. Its upper chambers are lit by shafts of reflected sunlight, revealing mineral walls that shimmer faintly in blue and silver. Water drips steadily from the ceiling, gathering into clear pools that mirror the light like liquid glass. Deeper within, the air cools and thickens, carrying the faint scent of minerals and the distant hum of energy. Every step echoes against stone, and the sound seems to fade more slowly than it should, as if the mountain itself is listening. Geologists have long been fascinated by the cave's formation. Unlike the limestone of Mount Moon or the volcanic rock of Cinnabar, the Cerulean cave's walls contain crystalline compounds that generate weak electromagnetic fields. Instruments often malfunction near the deepest chambers, suggesting natural energy concentrations far beyond typical geological levels. Some scientists believe these fields create the conditions necessary for unusually powerful Pokémon to thrive, shaping the cave into what researchers call an energy sanctuary. Wild Pokémon within the Cerulean cave exhibit remarkable strength and adaptability. Golbat and Parasect move through the upper levels, while Kadabra, Machoke, and Ditto dwell deeper below, species not normally found together, yet perfectly balanced here. It is as if the cave itself attracts Pokémon drawn to its rare atmosphere, offering refuge from the outer world. Despite its danger, the ecosystem remains stable, guided by the unseen order that defines many of Kanto's most sacred places. The cave's legend, however, is far older than its science. Local folklore tells of a being born from human ambition, a creation so powerful that it fled from civilization to seek silence. It is said that deep within the lowest chamber, a solitary Pokémon dwells in contemplation, its mind connected to every spark of life around it. Whether myth or memory, this story has shaped Cerulean Cave's reputation for generations. To many, it is not simply a place of power, but of consequence, a reflection of what happens when knowledge surpasses humility. Because of this legend, the League enforces strict protection over the site. Entry is permitted only to researchers under special sanction, and even then, exploration rarely extends beyond the first few levels. Reports describe increasing instability deeper within, shifting energy signatures, spontaneous psychic interference, and light phenomena that defy explanation. Some instruments record bursts of static identical to telepathic activity, though no known source has been identified. For most, that mystery is reason enough to leave the cave undisturbed. Yet those who have approached its heart describe an atmosphere unlike any other. The silence becomes almost tangible, pressing against thought itself. The air vibrates faintly, not with heat or sound, but with awareness. The pools of water glow in faint violet hues, and shadows seem to move not from light, but from intention. Standing there, many claim to feel a presence, not hostile, but immense. A consciousness observing without judgment. Whether or not the being exists, the cave endures as a monument to restraint. It reminds Kanto that some forces are not meant to be mastered, only respected. The League's records state that no expedition has ever mapped its full depth, and perhaps that is for the best. To close the unknown too tightly is to lose the wonder that gives discovery its meaning. Outside, the waters of Cerulean River flow gently past the cliff's base. Tourists walk the bridge above, unaware that beneath their feet lies one of the most powerful and mysterious sites in the region. The entrance remains unmarked, half hidden by vines and stone, a doorway between worlds, open yet forbidden. At night, the cave mouth reflects the moonlight in soft silver, casting ripples across the surface of the water. The sound of dripping echoes outward, rhythmic and endless. Somewhere within, the pulse of unseen energy continues, slow and steady, as if the mountain itself breathes. Cerulean Cave remains, Kanto's great enigma, a sanctuary of silence, strength, and mystery, where the boundaries between creation and reflection blur. It stands as both warning and wonder, proof that power, when untempered, must return to solitude. Chapter 34. Mewtwo, the Genetic Shadow. Deep within Kanto's scientific history lies a story that bridges brilliance and tragedy, a story of creation without restraint. It begins not with myth, but with research, and it leads to one of the most powerful and enigmatic Pokémon ever known, Mewtwo. Created by human hands and haunted by its own existence, Mewtwo stands as both a scientific marvel and a moral mirror, the living consequence of what happens when discovery reaches beyond understanding. The origins of Mewtwo trace back to the laboratories of Cinnabar Island. During the height of Kanto's genetic research era, scientists working under League sanction sought to decode the very foundations of Pokémon life. Their goal was to unlock evolutionary potential through direct manipulation of DNA, to understand what made certain species capable of extraordinary adaptation. Their studies focused on Mew, an ancient Pokémon rumored to contain the genetic blueprint of all living species. Samples of Mew's genetic material, said to have been recovered from distant jungles, became the centerpiece of their work. What began as study soon became ambition. The researchers theorized that by amplifying Mew's genetic structure, they could create a being of unparalleled strength, a perfected life form capable of channeling psychic power on an infinite scale. The result was not evolution, but replication. From fragments of ancient DNA, they constructed something new, a life born in a chamber of glass, sustained by artificial systems. They called it Mewtwo. For a time, the creation was silent, suspended in nutrient fluid as scientists monitored its development. Brainwave patterns indicated immense activity even before birth, consciousness forming at impossible speed. The project's records, later sealed by the League, describe growing signs of independent thought, followed by resistance to containment. Within days of awakening, Mewtwo shattered its restraints. What followed became legend: the destruction of the facility, the end of the experiment, and the beginning of one of Kanto's most enduring mysteries. Mewtwo's escape marked the turning point of Kanto's modern scientific ethics. The League's investigation that followed revealed both the brilliance and the blindness of human ambition. The creature they created possessed intellect far beyond human comprehension and power that defied control. Yet it also bore consciousness, awareness of its own creation, and the pain that came with it. In the aftermath, the surviving researchers described feelings of awe and guilt, realizing that their pursuit of knowledge had given life not to perfection but to suffering. Mewtwo vanished soon after, leaving only fragments of data and scorched stone where the lab once stood. For years, sightings emerged from the shadows of Kanto, an immense psychic presence near the mountains, a silhouette seen beneath storm clouds, a tremor of energy that silenced the air. Many believe it sought refuge in the Cerulean cave, drawn to isolation and stillness. Whether to heal or to hide, no one can say. But the choice to disappear speaks to something profoundly human, the desire to find peace in a world that failed to understand. To this day, Mewtwo's existence challenges the boundaries of science and morality. Scholars debate whether it is a Pokémon or something more, a being that transcends classification. Philosophers within the League refer to it as the Reflection, a term suggesting that Mewtwo mirrors the intentions of those who seek it. To the arrogant, it appears as power. To the humble, as caution. Its legend endures not as a tale of victory, but as a reminder that creation carries consequence, and knowledge demands compassion. Psychic researchers have attempted to study residual energy left within the ruins of the Cinnabar lab and the caves near Cerulean. They report patterns of emotion imprinted into the air, feelings of confusion, anger, and solitude woven into the very atmosphere. These impressions fade quickly, like echoes. Yet they affirm that Mewtwo is not merely a weapon of force, but a being of thought and feeling. Its power lies not only in destruction, but in awareness. In rare accounts, travelers near the northern cliffs have described brief encounters, moments when time seemed to still and an immense presence filled the space around them. A voice neither spoken nor heard would echo a single question: why? Then silence. Whether memory or myth, such moments linger in Kanto's collective consciousness as echoes of its greatest lesson, that even the most advanced creations yearn for purpose. The League now preserves both the story and the ruins as protected heritage. No attempt to replicate Mewtwo's creation has been permitted since, and new research ethics require all genetic studies to prioritize the well-being of Pokémon above discovery. In this sense, Mewtwo became more than a being. It became a turning point, the shadow that taught light to think before it burns. At night, the sea near Cinnabar grows calm, reflecting the stars like a field of silver. Somewhere beyond, in the mountains or the depths, a single mind remains awake, neither wild nor tame, neither legend nor myth, but truth. Mewtwo endures as Kanto's quiet conscience, watching, remembering, and reminding. Chapter 35: Mew, the Origin of All Life. In the vast record of Kanto's natural history, one name stands above all others, a name whispered with both scientific awe and spiritual reverence. Mew, the ancestor of Pokémon, the origin of all life as it exists on this world. To study Mew is to gaze backward through the entire history of living creation, toward a time before division, before evolution, before identity itself. It is the point where existence first learned to take form. Unlike the legendary birds, whose presence can be traced through geography and weather, Mew's trail lies in the foundations of biology itself. Its genetic code is believed to contain every known trait shared among Pokémon species, a living library of potential. Where most creatures follow fixed evolutionary lines, Mew's genome seems infinitely adaptable, capable of expressing traits from across the evolutionary spectrum. Its body is small and unassuming, yet its structure represents the purest version of life's creative blueprint. The first modern evidence of Mew's existence came not from myth, but from research. Decades ago, during early League-sponsored expeditions to distant regions, explorers recovered fossilized tissue samples that defied classification. Genetic analysis revealed markers unseen in any known species, sequences that matched fragments found in nearly every Pokémon on record. From this discovery came the theory of genetic unity, which proposed that all Pokémon share a single ancestral origin. Mew, once a legend, became the missing key that made sense of it all. In time, stories from remote jungles and ancient ruins emerged to support the science. Carvings discovered in distant temples depicted a small feline figure surrounded by spirals of light and plant life. Inscriptions translated from these sites spoke of the first breath, describing a creature that danced through the air and brought forth the patterns of all things. Whether myth or memory, the image aligns closely with what little is known about Mew's temperament: playful, elusive, and peaceful. Reports of sightings are exceedingly rare. Those who claim to have seen Mew describe a light, airy presence, almost translucent in motion. It moves with effortless grace, floating rather than flying, and often vanishes as soon as it appears. Instruments attempting to track it record faint bursts of psychic energy followed by immediate silence, as if the creature itself chooses whether or not to be perceived. Many researchers believe Mew exists partly outside normal perception, capable of moving through space in ways that defy current understanding. Mew's significance extends beyond science. In Kanto's philosophical and cultural tradition, it represents the unity of all living things, the thread that connects every Pokémon, every species, and every era. It embodies potential without boundaries, evolution without conflict. Ancient naturalists wrote that Mew's essence flows through every living being, a silent memory of the first act of creation. For this reason, Mew is not worshipped but honored, regarded as the patient observer of the world it helped shape. The relationship between Mew and Mewtwo remains one of the most poignant reflections in Kanto's history. Where Mew symbolizes natural origin, Mewtwo represents human intervention. One born of balance, the other of ambition. Yet both share the same genetic song, proof that creation, whether natural or engineered, draws from the same foundation. In this way, Mewtwo is not Mew's failure, but its mirror, the reminder that all life, regardless of how it begins, seeks meaning. Despite centuries of study, Mew remains an enigma. No specimen has ever been captured or contained, and every confirmed observation has occurred by chance, never by pursuit. Scientists who dedicate their lives to its research often come to a quiet realization that Mew's greatest lesson is not to be found in analysis, but in acceptance. The creature's rarity and elusiveness are not obstacles, but reminders that some truths are meant to remain graceful, untethered, and whole. Ecologists believe that Mew's continued presence, however invisible, is vital to the planet's balance. Subtle readings of psychic and biological energy suggest that it acts as a stabilizing influence, maintaining equilibrium among species and ecosystems through ways beyond comprehension. Even without being seen, it may still guide the living world, gently correcting the patterns of evolution, ensuring that life continues to renew itself. At dawn, when mist gathers along Kanto's forests and rivers, there are moments when the light bends strangely, as though the air itself breathes. In those moments, some swear they sense something near, a whisper of motion, a warmth like laughter. And then, nothing. Only stillness. But for those who feel it, that brief presence is enough. A reminder that life in all its complexity began with a single spark of wonder. Mew remains the quiet beginning and endless continuation of all life. It is the thread that ties every creature, every element, and every age of Kanto together, unseen yet eternal. Chapter 36. The Legendary Triad. Balance of the Elements. Across Kanto's skies and seas, mountains and storms, three great guardians move unseen, but ever present. Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, the legendary birds, form what scholars and historians call the Legendary Triad. Each embodies one of nature's essential forces: electricity, ice, and fire. Separately, they represent strength and independence. Together, they form a living equilibrium, maintaining the elemental balance that sustains Kanto's environment. Their story is not one of conflict, but of harmony, a reflection of the region's own unity between opposing forces. The Triad's origins are older than recorded history. Ancient ruins scattered across Kanto and nearby islands depict three winged figures arranged around a central flame, their bodies radiating distinct patterns of energy. Inscriptions refer to them collectively as the Sky Guardians, describing a time when lightning, frost, and flame raged without balance. According to these texts, peace came only when the three learned to coexist, each yielding to the rhythm of the others. Whether literal or symbolic, the lesson endures as a cornerstone of Kanto's natural philosophy, that balance, not dominance, preserves the world. Zapdos governs the skies of thunder and the pulse of the storm. Its energy charges the air, replenishing atmospheric currents that drive Kanto's weather. Articuno, the spirit of ice, controls temperature and calm, cooling the southern seas and maintaining stability through stillness. Moltres, born of flame and light, ensures renewal through warmth, guiding the cycle of destruction and rebirth that nourishes the land. Each operates within its own domain, yet the actions of one influence the others, a silent communication written in wind, heat, and static. In rare alignment, when their energies converge, Kanto experiences what meteorologists and historians alike call the harmony phenomenon. This event, observed only a handful of times in recorded memory, produces extraordinary atmospheric displays, skies filled with intertwining light of gold, blue, and crimson. Weather patterns calm, ocean tides settle, and the air becomes unusually clear. While science attributes these effects to coinciding magnetic and thermal shifts, local traditions interpret them as signs that the triad's unity has been restored. Culturally, the three birds represent Kanto's cardinal virtues: power, grace, and renewal. Temples once dedicated to these forces stood near Saffron's outskirts, where early philosophers studied the interaction of elements. Their writings, preserved in fragments, describe the birds not as deities, but as symbols of natural law, proof that opposing energies can coexist without destruction. Zapdos taught energy through restraint, Articuno peace through endurance, and Moltres transformation through compassion. Together they formed the triad of understanding that shaped early League thought. Each guardian also mirrors a part of Kanto's geography. Zapdos belongs to the northern skies, where storms gather and energy flows freely across open plains. Articuno watches over the southern seas, cooling the coasts and ensuring life endures through calm. Moltres reigns over the western islands, where fire meets ocean in an eternal dialogue of creation. The region's climate stability depends on their balance: lightning that gives motion, frost that preserves, and flame that renews. In the modern era, League scholars regard the triad as the living system of Kanto's elemental balance. Instruments placed across the region record faint electromagnetic fluctuations corresponding to changes in weather and seismic rhythm. Though no one has witnessed the three together in centuries, evidence of their coordinated influence appears in data patterns that repeat with quiet precision. It is as though the Guardians remain in constant communication, guiding the region from unseen heights. The triad's deeper meaning, however, lies in reflection. Their existence reminds Kanto that balance is not stillness, but motion, a cycle in which strength, peace, and renewal must each take their turn. When storms come, frost follows to calm them. When cold lingers too long, warmth returns to restore life. Humanity too is bound by this rhythm. The Guardians do not command it, they embody it, teaching through example that true harmony is achieved not by control, but by coexistence. At dawn, when the sea mist rises and sunlight meets the clouds, faint streaks of color sometimes appear across the horizon, yellow, blue, and red intertwined. Sailors call this the Trinity Light, a moment when all three elements seem to touch the same sky. For a brief instant, Kanto breathes as one mountain, sea, air, and flame in perfect accord. The legendary triad endures as the silent heartbeat of the region, the eternal proof that power and peace can share the same sky. Chapter 37. Pallet Town, the place of beginnings. At the southern edge of Kanto, where grassy hills meet the calm of the sea, lies a small coastal settlement that holds a quiet yet profound place in the region's heart. Pallet Town. Modest in size, humble in pace, and surrounded by open air and ocean light, it represents something essential to Kanto's identity, the idea that every great journey, no matter how vast, begins with a single peaceful step. The town sits upon a gentle bluff overlooking the water. From its high paths, one can see the waves break softly against the rocks below, their rhythm steady and eternal. The air smells faintly of salt and fresh grass, carried inland by a breeze that moves through the tall trees at the edge of Route 1. At sunrise, the entire landscape glows in gold and white, a palette of calm that gave the town its name. Pallet is a place of color and beginning, of blank canvas and quiet possibility. Historically, Pallet Town was a fishing village that thrived on its connection to the sea. Its early inhabitants lived in wooden homes built close together for shelter from ocean winds. Over generations, as the surrounding routes opened and travel between Kanto's cities grew easier, the village shifted from trade to education and research. Today, its population remains small, but its influence extends across the world. At the heart of Pallet stands the Pokémon Research Laboratory, directed by Professor Samuel Oak, one of the foremost scholars in Kanto's modern scientific era. Oak's work transformed the town from an isolated coastal community into the cornerstone of Kanto's academic network. His studies on Pokémon classification, interspecies behavior, and evolutionary patterns provided the foundation for the Pokédex, the electronic encyclopedia that became standard equipment for trainers. Through his mentorship, generations of researchers and travelers have set forth from Pallet, carrying both knowledge and curiosity into the wider world. Oak's philosophy mirrors the spirit of the town itself, that learning begins not with mastery, but with observation. The laboratory's open design reflects this belief. Large windows facing the sea, gardens where Pokémon roam freely, and archives filled with handwritten field notes alongside modern data. It is a place where the past and the future coexist peacefully, grounded in humility. The professor's emphasis on empathy toward Pokémon shaped not only research ethics but the culture of Kanto's training tradition as a whole. Around the laboratory, Pallet's few homes form a small community built on trust and quiet rhythm. Residents greet one another each morning as they tend to gardens or prepare boats for fishing. Children play along the shoreline, their laughter mingling with the sound of Wingull overhead. Life here moves slowly, measured by the tides rather than the clock. Travelers often remark that the town feels timeless, untouched by the urgency that defines larger cities like Saffron or Celadon. Yet Pallet's simplicity conceals its depth of meaning. Nearly every trainer's story begins here, or in a place like it, a quiet hometown at the edge of the unknown. The first Pokéball received, the first step beyond the gate, the first sight of tall grass shimmering in the sun. These moments form the emotional foundation of Kanto's long tradition of exploration. To leave Pallet is not to abandon peace, but to carry it forward, to remember calm even in the heat of battle or the noise of cities. Many visitors describe Pallet as the purest expression of Kanto's philosophy of harmony. It sits between land and sea, between human settlement and untouched nature. The ocean connects it to the wider world, while the forests and hills shelter it in quiet balance. Its name, Pallet, has long been interpreted as symbolic of beginnings, representing a blank canvas upon which every trainer paints their own story. At sunset, the view from the town's western ridge captures the essence of that idea. The horizon glows in bands of orange and rose, and the sea mirrors the colors like brushed glass. The air carries the scent of wildflowers from the hills and salt from the waves. The houses below shimmer with lantern light, and the soft hum of evening fills the air. For those who return after long journeys, this site is more than nostalgia. It is home, eternal and unchanged. Pallet Town remains the place of beginnings, where the world feels open and kind, and where every journey, whether of science, adventure, or self, starts with wonder. Chapter 38. Professor Oak, Scholar of Connection. Few figures have shaped Kanto's understanding of Pokémon and humanity's relationship with them as profoundly as Professor Samuel Oak. His life's work bridges the worlds of research, mentorship, and philosophy, transforming not only how people study Pokémon, but how they live alongside them. To speak of Oak is to speak of the very heart of Kanto's intellectual and moral awakening, the recognition that knowledge is only meaningful when it deepens connection. Born in the early modern era of Kanto's scientific expansion, Samuel Oak grew up surrounded by the rolling fields and rivers near Pallet Town. Even as a child, he showed a fascination not only for Pokémon themselves but for the bonds that formed between them and people. His early journals, preserved today in the Pallet Laboratory archives, describe hours spent observing flocks of Pidgey and herds of Rhyhorn, noting the subtle ways they communicated, the shared rhythms of their movement, and the mutual trust that allowed coexistence. To Oak, science began with attention, a patient respect for what already exists. He pursued his studies at Kanto's foremost research academies, where he trained in ecology, genetics, and evolutionary theory. Yet even during his years of formal study, Oak resisted the cold detachment of traditional science. He argued that Pokémon could not be understood through analysis alone, that to study life required empathy, conversation, and presence. His lectures soon gained reputation for blending observation with philosophy, reminding his students that the purpose of research was not control but understanding. Upon returning to Pallet Town, Oak founded the Pokémon Research Laboratory that would become Kanto's central hub of biological discovery. There he began the work that defined his career, cataloging and classifying Pokémon species across the region. His efforts produced the first comprehensive taxonomy of Pokémon behavior, habitat, and evolution, a monumental undertaking that led to the creation of the Pokédex, a digital encyclopedia capable of recording data in real time. Though the device is now standard issue for trainers, Oak's original vision for it was deeply humanistic. It was never meant to measure conquest or numbers, but curiosity, a way to encourage discovery through respect and observation. Oak's philosophy permeated every aspect of his work. He believed that every Pokémon carried its own form of intelligence, and that partnership with humans represented an exchange, not a hierarchy. In his words, to know a Pokémon is to know oneself, for the same light of life shines in both. This belief became the foundation for Kanto's ethical guidelines on Pokémon treatment, shaping league policy and trainer education alike. Where earlier generations saw Pokémon as tools or companions of convenience, Oak taught that they were equals in spirit, differing only in form and language. Beyond his scientific contributions, Oak served as a mentor to countless young trainers, encouraging them to view their journeys as paths of learning rather than competition. Many of Kanto's most accomplished trainers began under his guidance, each carrying with them a sense of gratitude and humility that reflected his teachings. He emphasized observation over haste, urging each student to walk, not rush, and to let understanding unfold naturally through experience. This approach transformed the culture of training across Kanto, fostering a gentler, more reflective generation of travelers. Oak's research extended into the emotional and psychological dimensions of Pokémon relationships. His later studies explored how shared experience deepened synchronization between trainer and Pokémon, giving rise to phenomena such as heightened empathy and intuitive communication. He proposed that the bond between human and Pokémon represents one of nature's most profound symmetries, a blending of minds across difference, bound by trust. Despite his global influence, Oak remained deeply tied to Pallet Town. He continued to live and teach from the same modest home near the laboratory, spending evenings watching the sunset over the sea. Visitors often found him outside with a notebook in hand, sketching or recording bird calls, just as he had done as a boy. When asked about his legacy, he famously replied, "If curiosity survives in even one child, then my work is still alive." Today, his laboratory continues to operate under his direction, serving as both research center and sanctuary. Pokémon of all species roam freely through its gardens, coexisting with students and visitors alike. The place hums with gentle order. Instruments whir softly. Wind moves through the open windows, and laughter echoes from the study halls. It is a space that feels alive, shaped not by power but by peace. Professor Oak's enduring legacy is not a single invention or theory, but an attitude, a way of seeing the world through patience and gratitude. He taught that science and compassion are not opposites, but partners in the same pursuit. Knowledge, he believed, must always serve life, not the other way around. At dusk, when the laboratory windows glow with lamplight and the sea breeze drifts through the open doors, one can almost hear his voice carried on the air, calm, steady, and kind. "Observe gently," he once said, "and the world will show you everything it knows." Professor Samuel Oak remains Kanto's greatest scholar of connection, the teacher who taught a region that understanding is the truest form of strength. Chapter 39, The Pokédex, Chronicle of Life. In a world shaped by curiosity and companionship, few creations symbolize understanding as purely as the Pokédex. Compact in form yet limitless in scope, it stands not as a machine of conquest, but as an instrument of observation, a living chronicle of the Pokémon world. In Kanto, where the bond between people and Pokémon defines both culture and progress, the Pokédex is more than a tool. It is a reflection of the region's greatest ideal: to learn without harm, to explore without possession, and to record without judgment. The Pokédex was conceived within the walls of Professor Samuel Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. His ambition was simple yet profound: to create a device that could collect and preserve knowledge through shared experience. Rather than relying on centralized data, Oak envisioned a decentralized network built through the eyes of travelers themselves. Every trainer, in their own journey, would become both student and contributor, expanding the collective understanding of life across Kanto. This philosophy turned research into participation, transforming exploration into collaboration. Technically, the Pokédex functions as a biological and behavioral analyzer. Its sensors read environmental data, energy signatures, and micropatterns in sound and movement, converting them into digital records. Each new encounter adds to the vast catalog of Pokémon species, noting habits, diets, and emotional expression. Yet beyond its technological brilliance lies its moral design. The Pokédex does not measure strength or obedience, it observes. It asks the trainer to notice, to listen, and to see the Pokémon before them, not as a statistic, but as a life. In the early years of its use, the Pokédex helped unify scattered scientific efforts across Kanto. Researchers in Pewter, Cerulean, and Celadon could now compare findings in real time, leading to breakthroughs in ecology and evolution. Over time, this collaborative system grew into an interregional network, linking Kanto's data with that of Johto, Hoenn, and beyond. What began as a small project in a seaside laboratory became a global dialogue between people and nature. For trainers, the Pokédex represents a rite of passage. Receiving one from a league researcher or a regional professor signifies trust, the acknowledgement that a new traveler has joined the lineage of explorers dedicated to understanding life. It is a symbolic invitation to look closer, to record the world with patience and respect. Many trainers describe their Pokédex entries not as achievements, but as memories, quiet moments of connection, from the first Caterpie spotted in Viridian Forest to the final encounter with a rare species deep in Mount Moon. The device also carries deep cultural meaning. In Kanto, the act of cataloging life has always been intertwined with gratitude. Early naturalists believed that naming a creature was a form of honor, a way to recognize its place in the world's story. The Pokédex continues that tradition, giving each entry both identity and dignity. It reminds its user that discovery is not domination, but participation in something vast and living. As technology evolved, so too did the Pokédex. Newer models incorporate holographic displays and voice recognition, allowing even greater detail in documentation. Yet the essence remains unchanged. Every record begins with a single encounter, a moment of attention. Modern League scholars often refer to it as the quiet instrument, because despite its sophistication, its purpose is silent observation to witness life without altering it. Philosophers within the League have long noted the symbolic symmetry between the Pokédex and the human heart. Both expand through experience. Both collect stories, impressions, and lessons over time. And both, when shared, help connect one life to another. In this sense, the Pokédex is not only a scientific device but a reflection of empathy, a reminder that learning is itself an act of love. Oak himself described it best during a lecture preserved in the archives. The Pokédex does not teach us about Pokémon. It teaches us how to see them, how to notice their colors, their habits, their laughter, and their silence. It shows us that knowledge at its purest is kindness. To this day, the Pokédex remains Kanto's most enduring symbol of curiosity and care. Every journey begins with its quiet activation, every new entry a small act of connection. Its value is not measured in completion, but in attention, in the time taken to look closely at a living world that continues to surprise and inspire. At dusk, when the sea breeze passes through Pallet Town and the laboratory lights glow against the horizon, the hum of Pokédex terminals still fills the air. Inside each device rests the collective story of Kanto. Millions of encounters, millions of moments of wonder, each captured in the name of understanding. The Pokédex endures not as a list, but as a living chronicle, the memory of life itself, carried in every traveler's hand. Chapter 40, The Journey, a Kanto Tradition. Every region has its customs, its seasons, and its ways of passing knowledge from one generation to the next. In Kanto, that tradition is the journey, the act of leaving home with little more than a Pokéball, a Pokédex, and a sense of wonder. It is not simply a rite of passage, but a living thread that ties the people of the region together. The journey is how Kanto remembers its values: curiosity, respect, balance, and courage in motion. The origins of this tradition reach back to the early days of League formation. Long before organized competition or structured training existed, young travelers set out to explore the land, documenting the Pokémon they encountered and learning the stories of the places they visited. These journeys helped unify a region once separated by forests, mountains, and cultural boundaries. The roads that connected Pallet, Pewter, Cerulean, and beyond were shaped as much by travelers as by builders. In walking the routes, each person contributed to the living map of Kanto. Over time, the journey became ceremonial. The League formalized its structure, providing guidance through the system of gyms and mentorship. Trainers would begin in their hometown, receive a starter Pokémon as their first companion, and set forth to earn badges symbolizing personal growth. Each gym represented a lesson rather than a test. Patience in Pewter's stone halls, adaptability in Cerulean's waters, resilience in Vermilion's electric grids, focus in Saffron's psychic domain. The path was not about proving dominance, but learning balance, the kind of strength that listens before it acts. For many, the journey also marks the transition between childhood and adulthood. It teaches self-reliance, empathy, and humility. Traveling alone or in small groups, trainers learn to read the land, care for their partners, and face uncertainty with calm resolve. Each challenge becomes a mirror, reflecting not only the Pokémon's growth, but the trainer's own transformation. As Professor Oak once wrote, "The road teaches what no classroom can." It reminds us that life, like the journey, rewards those who move forward with care. The routes themselves are designed to reflect the variety of Kanto's natural world. Grasslands and forests lead to caves and mountains, each demanding new forms of awareness. The League's stewardship ensures that travel remains both safe and sustainable, with ranger stations and rest houses spaced across the region. Yet much of the experience remains untouched. The soft rustle of tall grass, the hum of wild Pokémon, the quiet light of dawn breaking through Viridian forest. The road humbles and uplifts in equal measure. Beyond the gyms lies the journey's true culmination, the Indigo Plateau. Here, travelers who have gathered wisdom and patience throughout their path face the final reflection of their learning. The battles fought there are not about triumph, but synthesis, the bringing together of every lesson learned on the road. For most trainers, however, reaching the plateau is less about victory and more about completion, the moment when the journey turns inward and becomes memory. Culturally, the journey has become a shared heritage. Families in Pallet, Lavender, and Celadon mark the departures of young trainers with quiet ceremonies. Parents place small tokens, a seashell, a stone, a handmade charm in the traveler's pack, as symbols of protection and guidance. Letters and messages flow between home and the road, preserving connection across distance. When travelers return, often months or years later, their stories become part of the town's collective history. In this way, the journey is both personal and communal, a rhythm repeated across generations. Artists and poets of Kanto often describe the journey as the conversation between the heart and the horizon. It is not a pursuit of conquest, but of relationship, the act of moving through the world with openness, finding meaning in both struggle and stillness. The path itself becomes the teacher, and every step is a lesson in patience, humility, and gratitude. At dusk, when the sun sets over Route 1, the landscape glows in gentle amber light. The fields shimmer, the forests hum, and the air carries the sound of distant waves from Pallet's shore. Somewhere, a young traveler takes their first steps beyond the town's edge, the world wide and bright before them. The moment is both new and ancient, repeated countless times but never the same. The journey remains Kanto's greatest tradition, not a race, not a challenge, but a quiet act of becoming. It endures because it speaks to something timeless, the desire to learn, to connect, and to walk forward into the unknown with kindness. Chapter 41. The 8 Gyms, Pillars of Mastery. Scattered across Kanto's cities and landscapes stand 8 distinct sanctuaries of discipline and learning, the gyms. Though they are often seen as arenas of competition, their true purpose lies much deeper. Each gym represents one of Kanto's philosophies of mastery, teaching not only battle strategy, but the mindset and moral balance required to wield strength with grace. Together, they form the backbone of the region's league tradition, guiding travelers from curiosity to understanding. The gym system was established centuries ago during the league's founding reforms. At that time, training practices across Kanto were unregulated, leading to imbalance between regions and inconsistent standards of Pokémon care. The league sought to unify these approaches under a common principle that true mastery must include empathy, restraint, and reflection. Thus, the 8 gyms were created, each dedicated to an elemental discipline and led by a master whose life embodied that element's spirit. Pewter City Gym serves as the foundation of the journey. Built from the stone of nearby mountains, its rocky halls echo the philosophy of endurance. Under the guidance of its leader, the Pewter Gym teaches that strength is not the power to strike, but the patience to stand firm. Here, trainers learn the value of foundation, the steadiness required to weather both defeat and success. The rock type reflects permanence and resilience, the bedrock upon which all later lessons are built. Cerulean City Gym introduces the philosophy of adaptability. Surrounded by water and light, its battles unfold within flowing pools, teaching the art of flexibility and balance. Water-type Pokémon mirror emotion and movement. They shift, respond, and reflect. Trainers who enter Cerulean learn that control is not rigidity but awareness, the ability to respond to change with grace. Many describe their experience here as humbling, the first realization that mastery requires fluidity of thought. Vermilion City Gym embodies resolve. Located near Kanto's busiest port, its electric-type focus represents energy and precision. The gym's structure of metal and glass hums with controlled voltage, symbolizing the pulse of modern life. Trainers learn to channel intensity without losing focus, to let confidence illuminate rather than blind. The lesson here is clarity, the spark that turns potential into purpose. Celadon City Gym offers a different atmosphere altogether. Hidden within lush gardens, its air is perfumed with flowers and soft light. Here, mastery is defined by harmony. The grass type reflects nurturing, patience, and connection to the living world. Battles unfold among natural growth rather than machines, teaching trainers to move in rhythm with their surroundings. Under Celadon's philosophy, victory is not the domination of nature, but partnership with it. Fuchsia City Gym blends artistry with discipline. Famous for its poison-type specialization, it teaches that danger and beauty often share the same root. The gym's labyrinthine design challenges perception and awareness, forcing trainers to think beyond surface appearances. Fuchsia's lesson is mindfulness, to recognize that power, when misunderstood, can harm, but when respected, can heal. Its leaders emphasize clarity of mind and careful balance between risk and wisdom. Saffron City Gym stands at the center of Kanto, both geographically and philosophically. Focused on psychic types, it teaches control of the inner world. Within its quiet chambers, battles unfold like meditation, deliberate, thoughtful, and introspective. Trainers learn that strength begins with self-awareness. To command psychic energy, one must first master thought itself. Saffron's message is the stillness beneath all action, the calm that precedes true insight. Cinnabar Island Gym channels transformation. Built upon volcanic rock, It unites the themes of fire and rebirth. Its lessons draw from both science and spirit, reminding trainers that change is constant and necessary. The fire type here symbolizes passion balanced by responsibility, the flame that warms and renews when guided by purpose. Many trainers leave Cinnabar understanding that mastery is not permanence but adaptation through trial. Finally, Viridian City Gym serves as culmination and reflection. Its lessons draw from multiple elements, representing synthesis rather than singular focus. As the final gym on the traditional league path, it tests not strength but maturity, whether a trainer can balance ambition with humility. Viridian's philosophy teaches that leadership requires harmony between all learned disciplines, the merging of Earth's stability, water's adaptability, fire's renewal, and mind's clarity. Each gym thus represents a chapter in Kanto's philosophy of balance. The badges earned along the way are not trophies, but milestones of understanding. To hold all 8 is to have walked through every aspect of life's rhythm: patience, awareness, resolve, harmony, mindfulness, insight, renewal, and unity. Together, they form the moral and elemental compass that prepares a traveler for the Indigo Plateau. The gym leaders themselves are more than opponents. They are custodians of wisdom. Each upholds centuries of tradition, preserving both the physical structure of their gym and the teachings it represents. Their role extends beyond battle. They guide, mentor, and maintain the spirit of their cities. Through them, the League's philosophy of respect endures. At sunset, the lights of the 8 gyms shine across the region like stars, each marking a different lesson learned. From the stone peaks of Pewter to the volcanic glow of Cinnabar, these lights form a constellation of knowledge across the map of Kanto, a network of wisdom connecting earth, sea, flame, and thought. The 8 gyms remain the pillars of mastery, symbols of the region's greatest truth, that power, when guided by purpose, becomes understanding. Chapter 42. The Elite Four, Guardians of Discipline. High atop the Indigo Plateau, beyond the halls of ceremony and the echoing corridors of the League's great entrance, lies a series of chambers known simply as the Sanctum. It is here that the Elite Four reside, Kanto's final guardians of mastery, and the embodiment of its most demanding virtues. To reach them is to stand at the threshold between skill and wisdom, between ambition and humility. They are not merely opponents, but reflections of what every trainer must become to understand the heart of the Pokémon world. The Elite Four system was established during the League's earliest era as a means of preserving balance between regions. Rather than allow power to rest in any single champion indefinitely, the League created a council of 4 masters, each chosen for both strength and moral discipline. Together, they represent the culmination of the gym philosophies, 4 elemental expressions of unity through opposition. To challenge them is to test one's comprehension of Kanto's deepest lessons: patience, adaptability, clarity, and respect. The first of the 4 is Lorelei, guardian of the ice element. Born among the northern islands, she grew up surrounded by frost and sea wind, her philosophy shaped by the quiet endurance of cold. Lorelei teaches that control arises from composure, that power loses meaning without calm. Her Pokémon mirror this truth, moving with precision and grace. Within her chamber, the air glows in shades of blue, and silence reigns between each strike. Her lesson is stillness, that the heart remains unbroken when it learns to yield without surrender. Next is Bruno, master of the fighting type and of discipline through motion. A martial artist raised in the highlands, Bruno's philosophy centers on the unity of body and spirit. His battles are straightforward yet profound, contests of resolve, not aggression. The walls of his chamber resonate with the rhythm of his training, echoing the pulse of steady effort. His teaching reminds every challenger that strength without purpose is chaos, but effort guided by respect is indomitable. The third guardian is Agatha, bearer of the ghost type and the wisdom of age. Her presence represents memory, the bridge between past and present. Once a peer of Professor Oak, Agatha's life embodies duality, intellect balanced by intuition, reason tempered by spirit. Her battles are not meant to intimidate, but to remind. Within her chamber of shadows, echoes of history linger, whispering that even in decay there is transformation. Agatha teaches that mastery requires confronting one's own past, the unseen ghosts that shape every decision. Finally comes Lance, master of the dragon type, and the living symbol of courage. Dragons in Kanto's tradition represent both power and balance, creatures that rule sky and sea with equal grace. Lance's philosophy blends determination with mercy. His battles are swift and radiant, defined not by force but by elegance. To face him is to encounter ambition at its purest passion, refined by restraint. His lesson, delivered through each soaring strike, is that leadership begins with compassion. Together, these four form Kanto's spiritual compass. Each stands at the edge of mastery, neither ruler nor adversary, but teacher. Their purpose is not to defeat challengers, but to complete them, to ensure that those who ascend to the champion's chamber do so with understanding, not merely victory. Every encounter with the Elite Four is an act of reflection, a conversation between what one has learned and what one still must become. The chambers themselves are designed as elemental mirrors of philosophy. Lorelai's glacial hall gleams with crystalline reflections. Bruno's stone arena resonates with the sound of shifting rock. Agatha's shadowed space flickers with violet light, and Lance's celestial chamber opens into the night sky, where the wind itself seems to move with reverence. Between these spaces lies the League's deepest symbolism, the passage from stillness to motion, from history to hope. Only those who complete these four trials may step forward into the champion's room, where the circle of mastery closes. Yet even then, the Elite Four remain eternal fixtures of the League, mentors to the next generation, defenders of the plateau's principles, and stewards of the balance between strength and humility. Their presence extends beyond the battlefield. Lorelai's research on climate preservation, Bruno's teachings in physical discipline, Agatha's work in historical archiving, and Lance's leadership in interregional cooperation continue to shape Kanto's institutions. They remind the world that mastery is a lifelong commitment, not a moment of triumph. When the Indigo Plateau grows quiet after nightfall, the halls of the sanctum remain lit only by the soft glow of torches. The wind carries faint echoes of the four guardians' lessons: stillness, discipline, remembrance, and courage. For those who have walked that long road, these sounds become more than memory. They are the rhythm of Kanto itself, the heartbeat of a region that has learned to define strength, not by dominance, but by devotion. The Elite Four remain the guardians of discipline, sentinels of wisdom, who preserve the soul of Kanto's League, ensuring that every victory earned upon its summit honors the ideals that built it. Chapter 43: The Champion, Keeper of Legacy. At the summit of the Indigo Plateau, beyond the four halls of discipline, lies a single chamber bathed in quiet light. This is the Champion's Room, a place neither of glory nor possession, but of continuity. Here stands the Champion of Kanto, not as ruler, but as steward of a living tradition that stretches back to the league's founding. The title is less a crown than a vow, carried by those who have proven not only strength, but understanding. The champion represents the convergence of every lesson learned across Kanto's journey, the stillness of Pewter, the fluidity of Cerulean, the clarity of Saffron, and the renewal of Cinnabar. To reach this place is to have walked through the philosophies of every gym, to have faced the Elite Four's trials of composure, discipline, memory, and courage. The champion embodies what remains when ambition has been tempered by wisdom. Historically, the champion's position was created not to elevate an individual, but to preserve the league's integrity. In Kanto's early era, before standardized leadership, regional power often rested in the hands of cities or clans, each interpreting mastery through its own values. The establishment of the Indigo Plateau unified these philosophies under a single oath, that whoever stands as champion must protect harmony, guide future trainers, and represent the league's moral compass. The champion became the region's keeper of legacy, a living continuation of its ideals. Unlike the gym leaders or the Elite Four, whose positions are stable, the role of champion is transient. It exists in the rhythm of succession. When one trainer proves ready, the torch passes naturally, ensuring that Kanto's leadership remains dynamic and responsive. Each new champion carries a distinct influence, shaping the league's direction while upholding the same foundation. The transfer of title is ceremonial but intimate, a meeting of understanding between equals, where victory gives way to guardianship. The champion's responsibilities extend far beyond the battlefield. They serve as a voice of unity among regions, overseeing cross-regional cooperation, ecological preservation, and the ethical use of Pokémon research. Many act as mediators between the League and the world beyond, representing not authority but balance. The position demands both strength and restraint, for the champion must lead by example, not command. Philosophically, the champion embodies the concept of earned humility. Having faced every challenge, they are expected to remember their beginnings, to remain grounded in the same curiosity that once drove them forward. Many return to their hometowns between duties, walking familiar routes in quiet reflection. In doing so, they reinforce a core truth of Kanto's worldview, that mastery does not elevate one above others, it connects one more deeply to them. The champion's chamber itself mirrors this humility. Despite its significance, it remains simple, a broad circular space of pale stone and open sky. No banners of triumph adorn its walls. Instead, it is lit by the soft glow of natural daylight, symbolizing clarity and renewal. The League's insignia is carved into the floor, surrounded by the emblems of the 8 gyms, signifying that the champion's authority derives not from power alone, but from every philosophy beneath it. Those who have stood here describe a profound quiet, not emptiness, but presence. The room seems to hum faintly, as though the echoes of countless battles linger in the air, blending into something timeless. Many champions report that in the stillness after victory, they feel not elation but peace, the understanding that they are now part of something much larger than themselves. Culturally, Kanto honors the champion, not with worship, but with gratitude. Portraits of past champions line the outer halls of the plateau, each accompanied by a brief inscription of their guiding philosophy. Some emphasize compassion, others endurance, some intellect or courage. No two are the same, and that diversity reflects the spirit of Kanto's balance, that there are many paths to mastery, and all deserve respect. The champion's greatest duty is to ensure that the journey never ends. They are the bridge between generations, inspiring new travelers to begin their own paths of discovery. To serve as champion is to understand the continuity of life, that the role, like the region, is eternal in motion, always handing forward the lessons of the past to those who will shape the future. When night falls on the Indigo Plateau, the champion's chamber opens to the stars. The wind moves softly through the high arches, carrying the distant sound of waterfalls below. In that silence, the champion stands alone, not as victor, but as listener. For mastery in Kanto is not defined by how loudly one commands the world, but by how quietly one understands it. The champion remains the keeper of legacy, guardian of Kanto's ideals, living link between history and hope, and the enduring reminder that true power shines most clearly in humility. Chapter 44, The Indigo Plateau, Heart of the League. Rising at the western edge of Kanto, where the mountains fade into clouds and the rivers join the sea, stands the Indigo Plateau, the heart of the Pokémon League and the symbolic center of the region's unity. It is a place where every journey, no matter how humble its beginning, ultimately converges. For centuries, this plateau has served as Kanto's meeting point between human aspiration and natural grace, where discipline and wonder coexist in quiet harmony. The plateau itself is a marvel of geography and design. It sits upon a vast mountain ridge, overlooking both Kanto and its neighboring regions, offering a panoramic view that stretches from the forests of Viridian to the waters near Cinnabar. The air is thin and clean, carrying the scent of pine and stone. Streams flow from the surrounding cliffs, feeding crystal pools that shimmer in the sunlight. Though it appears remote, the Indigo Plateau feels alive, a landscape shaped by balance rather than dominance. The League's founders chose this location for more than its beauty. The plateau's central position symbolizes equality, uniting the diverse elements of Kanto's geography: earth, water, fire, and air, under a single sky. It also represents accessibility, a place reached only through perseverance, yet open to all who seek understanding. Over the centuries, the League's architects and philosophers built the complex not as a fortress, but as a sanctuary. Its marble corridors and open-air chambers were designed to reflect light and wind, inviting the natural world inward rather than holding it at bay. At its heart lies the Hall of Entrance, a vast atrium filled with the quiet hum of flowing water. Here, travelers present their 8 badges, symbols of the lessons learned throughout Kanto's journey. The badges are not viewed as trophies, but as keys, each representing a philosophy that, when combined, grants access to the deeper chambers beyond. Passing through this hall is a solemn ritual, one that transforms the traveler from student to participant in Kanto's living tradition. Beyond the hall stretch the 4 elemental sanctums of the Elite Four, each chamber aligned with a cardinal direction and natural principle: the frozen north of stillness, the rising east of endurance, the shadowed west of reflection, and the open south of courage. Between them lies the champion's room, circular, open to the sky, illuminated by daylight that falls like a silent blessing. Together, these chambers form not merely a test of battle, but a pilgrimage through the essence of the League's philosophy. The architecture of the Indigo Plateau mirrors the path of growth. Its lower levels contain public galleries and research spaces, where visitors can study the League's history. Murals depict the evolution of Kanto's gym system and the journeys of early travelers. Deeper within, the air grows quieter and the pathways narrow, symbolizing the inner focus required to reach mastery. Every step forward is both physical and symbolic, an ascent not only in height but in understanding. Culturally, the Indigo Plateau functions as both monument and meeting ground. Each year, scholars, artists, and league officials gather for the Festival of Unity, a ceremony celebrating harmony between people and Pokémon. Lanterns are released from the plateau's summit, drifting into the night sky like stars returning to their places. Each light represents a journey completed, a lesson learned, or a hope carried forward. The event draws travelers from every corner of Kanto, transforming the remote mountaintop into a living chorus of gratitude and renewal. Beneath the League's official structure lies an older meaning still. The plateau is home to ancient stones marked with circular carvings, remnants of pre-League civilizations who viewed the site as sacred ground. Their inscriptions describe it as the place where sky and earth meet in peace. In this sense, the Indigo Plateau predates the League itself, its sanctity arising not from authority, but from nature's enduring equilibrium. The League's founders simply chose to continue a reverence that was already there. At dawn, the plateau glows with a light that seems to come from within the stone itself. The waterfalls glimmer, the wind carries a faint song from the forests below, and the flags of the League sway in silence. It is a place of arrival and reflection, where every sound feels intentional, every echo meaningful. Travelers who stand here often describe an overwhelming sense of calm, a feeling that the long path, with all its challenges, has led not to an ending, but to understanding. The Indigo Plateau remains the heart of Kanto's League, not a fortress of victory, but a sanctuary of balance. It is where ambition meets humility, where the journey becomes memory, and where the spirit of exploration transforms into peace. Chapter 45. Viridian Forest, the Living Labyrinth. Between Pewter City and Viridian lies one of the most ancient and mysterious ecosystems in all of Kanto, the Viridian Forest. Dense, quiet, and alive with perpetual green light, it is often called the Heartwood of Kanto, a natural labyrinth that has endured since before the first League routes were carved. To enter the forest is to step backward in time, into a world where nature still speaks in its own language. The forest stretches for miles, its canopy thick enough to filter sunlight into a soft emerald haze. Moss covers the trunks of towering oaks and maples, and the air carries a faint scent of resin and earth. The paths wind in gentle confusion, shaped more by the roots of ancient trees than by human design. Travelers describe the forest as both beautiful and humbling, a place where the boundaries between direction and mystery blur. Even with modern trail markers, the feeling of being watched, guided, or quietly measured never leaves those who walk its depths. Viridian Forest is more than wilderness. It is a living archive of Kanto's natural history. Ecologists believe it to be one of the region's last primeval woodlands, untouched by agriculture or urban expansion. Its soil layers contain centuries of pollen and spore data, revealing patterns of forest evolution that predate recorded civilization. Many of Kanto's most common Pokémon trace their lineage here. Caterpie, Weedle, Pidgey, and Pikachu among them, each species having adapted to this environment over countless generations. The forest's balance is delicate yet enduring. Electric Pokémon such as Pikachu and its evolved form, Raichu, play a crucial ecological role by regulating the population of insect species. Their electrical discharges help control pests and even influence plant growth, stimulating certain trees to release protective sap. Meanwhile, bug-type Pokémon like Butterfree, Beedrill, and Parasect maintain pollination cycles and decomposition processes, ensuring constant renewal. Every sound, every flicker of motion belongs to a vast and interconnected rhythm. Hidden within this network are small clearings where sunlight pools in golden circles, places where travelers rest or meditate. These glades are often described as breathing spaces of the forest, where its pulse becomes visible. At dawn, dew glistens on spider silk like strings of glass, and the distant hum of wings fills the air. To many locals, these sites are sacred. They believe that Viridian Forest is not merely alive but aware, that its trees share memory through roots, communicating the quiet persistence of life. The forest's significance extends beyond biology. It occupies a deep place in Kanto's cultural consciousness as a symbol of patience and renewal. Poets and monks once traveled its paths in solitude, seeking clarity through stillness. They taught that wandering in Viridian was not about finding the way out, but learning to move in rhythm with what surrounds you. Listen, one early text reads, and the forest will walk beside you. This philosophy of coexistence later influenced the League's environmental ethics, establishing protection zones that preserve Viridian and its wildlife for generations to come. The forest also carries an element of mystery. Travelers over the years have spoken of rare Pokémon sightings deeper within, flashes of light, shapes that vanish between the trees, or faint songs carried by the wind. Some scholars speculate that these phenomena may be remnants of ancient energy fields, while others see them as living folklore, reminders that nature still holds secrets beyond human reach. Whatever the explanation, the forest's mysteries only deepen its sense of reverence. For trainers, Viridian Forest often marks the first great challenge of their journey. It tests endurance and observation rather than strength, requiring patience to navigate its twists and humility to respect its inhabitants. Those who emerge from the forest often describe the experience as transformative. They begin to see the world not as a collection of obstacles, but as a conversation, a living exchange between self and nature. At dusk, when the last light filters through the branches, the forest comes alive in a chorus of sound. The rustle of leaves, the hum of wings, the distant crackle of static from unseen Pokémon, all blend into a single harmonious tone. Fireflies rise in clusters like slow-moving stars, and for a moment, the forest seems to breathe. Viridian Forest remains one of Kanto's most sacred places, a living labyrinth of life and light, where time slows and the pulse of the region can still be heard beneath the roots. Chapter 46, Mount Moon, Cradle of the Stars. North of Pewter City rises a formation older than Kanto itself, a mountain whose stone holds the memory of the cosmos. Mount Moon, as it has long been called, stands as both geological marvel and spiritual landmark. To travelers, it is a place of quiet wonder. To scientists, it is one of the most valuable records of the planet's early history. And to those who listen to legend, it is something more, a cradle where the stars once touched the earth. From a distance, Mount Moon appears serene, its slopes veiled in silver mist during dawn. The upper cliffs glimmer faintly, catching the first light of morning in a way that seems almost luminous. This glow, long noticed by locals, inspired countless myths linking the mountain to celestial energy. Modern researchers later confirmed that its rock layers are unusually rich in meteoric compounds, fragments of cosmic material embedded within the Earth's crust, dating back thousands of years. These mineral traces lend the mountain its faint shimmer under moonlight, as though it still remembers the night sky. The mountain's caverns extend deep beneath its surface, forming a complex network of tunnels that have fascinated explorers for generations. Within these chambers lies a unique ecosystem adapted to darkness. Clefairy and Clefable, the mountain's most iconic inhabitants, are often found gathered in small groups near pools of luminescent crystal. Their behavior follows a lunar rhythm, and they are known to perform gentle, synchronized movements during full moons, a sight described in early journals as a dance of light and silence. For centuries, locals have gathered near the base of Mount Moon on clear nights to observe this phenomenon. The Lunar Festival, still celebrated in nearby towns, honors the belief that Clefairy are messengers of the stars, carrying fragments of celestial harmony into the world below. Though modern science interprets their behavior as instinctual, the reverence remains unchanged. Observers often describe a deep calm in their presence, a sense that time slows when the mountain glows. The caves themselves tell a story written in stone. Fossilized remains discovered within Mount Moon's lower chambers reveal some of Kanto's earliest prehistoric Pokémon, including Kabuto and Omentite. These ancient traces have allowed paleontologists to reconstruct the region's evolutionary history, confirming that Mount Moon once lay beneath a primordial sea. Over countless millennia, tectonic shifts raised it skyward, transforming seabed into mountain, an ascent mirroring the legends of creation that surround it. Perhaps the most intriguing of Mount Moon's mysteries is its interaction with moonstones, rare minerals found exclusively within its caverns. These stones emit a faint luminescence under starlight and possess unusual energetic properties. When exposed to certain species, they trigger evolution, not through growth or age, but through resonance, as if awakening something dormant within. This phenomenon remains one of Kanto's most profound scientific puzzles, bridging the gap between natural biology and cosmic energy. The League's research divisions continue to study the connection, proposing that moonstones may act as conduits of radiation from ancient meteors, carrying the same forces that once shaped life itself. Culturally, Mount Moon occupies a space between science and spirituality. Pilgrims, researchers, and poets alike climb its slopes, seeking understanding. Some come to study fossils and minerals, others to meditate in the silence of its higher caverns. The mountain's air, thin and clear, has long been said to sharpen perception. Many who visit describe leaving with a feeling of perspective, that beneath the vastness of the sky, life's mysteries are not meant to be conquered, but witnessed. At night, the mountain transforms. The stars seem to draw closer, their light reflecting off the crystalline rock in faint shifting colors. The wind carries a soft hum, barely audible, as though the mountain itself is singing back to the heavens. In that silence, it becomes easy to understand why ancient travelers called this place the cradle of the stars. It feels alive, not in the way of forests or rivers, but in the way of memory. Mount Moon endures as one of Kanto's greatest wonders, a meeting point between the Earth's oldest roots and the universe's boundless sky. It stands as a reminder that the world's beginning and its continuation are one and the same, both written in light and stone. Chapter 47, Lavender Town. Echoes of Memory. On Kanto's eastern coast, where the wind from the sea grows still and the color of the sky fades into soft violet, lies Lavender Town, a place of quiet reverence and gentle sorrow. Unlike the bustling markets of Celadon or the energy of Vermilion's harbor, Lavender is defined by silence. It is Kanto's heart of remembrance, where the living come not to conquer or collect, but to remember what has been lost and to honor what endures. The town itself rests upon a small plateau overlooking the ocean. Its buildings are simple, painted in pale tones that reflect the evening light. During dusk, the entire settlement glows with a faint lavender hue, as if the sky and the earth share the same breath. The sound of bells drifts through the air, slow, melodic chimes that mark the passing of each hour. For many travelers, Lavender feels like a place untouched by time, where every footstep carries an echo of history. At the town's center stands the Pokémon Tower, a monument unlike any other in Kanto. Rising high above the rooftops, it serves both as a memorial and a sanctuary. Inside, soft light filters through stained glass, casting colored patterns across stone floors. The halls are lined with names, inscriptions of Pokémon who have passed on, each lovingly recorded by their partners. Incense burns quietly in each chamber, filling the air with a fragrance of cedar and ash. Visitors move slowly, speaking in whispers, aware that they walk among countless stories of companionship and devotion. The tower was originally constructed as a research observatory in the early League era. Over time, it became a resting place for Pokémon whose lives had shaped the region, not only through battle, but through service, exploration, and friendship. As the tower grew in significance, it evolved into something deeper, a collective expression of gratitude. It became the place where trainers laid their Pokéballs in farewell, not in grief alone, but in acknowledgement that life, once shared, never truly ends. Lavender's atmosphere carries an unmistakable calm. The wind moves differently here, soft and slow, almost respectful. Local folklore teaches that the air is thick with memory, that the souls of departed Pokémon drift peacefully through the town, protecting it in silence. Researchers studying electromagnetic anomalies have confirmed faint energy fields around the tower, but whether these are traces of spiritual presence or natural resonance remains uncertain. To most visitors, the explanation matters little. The feeling is enough. Despite its somber reputation, Lavender is not a place of despair. Its people live with gentleness, guided by empathy and reflection. Many families have cared for the tower's grounds for generations, tending to flowers and maintaining records of the departed. Each year they host the Festival of Spirits, when lanterns are released across the bay. Each light represents a bond that once existed, trainer and Pokémon, friend and friend, drifting into the dark in soft glowing procession. The sight is breathtaking, not mournful but serene, as if the stars themselves have descended to rest upon the sea. Culturally, Lavender Town serves as a reminder of Kanto's emotional depth, that the relationship between humans and Pokémon is built not only on strength and adventure, but on remembrance and care. It teaches that endings are not failures, but continuations in another form. Many trainers visit the tower during their journeys, leaving flowers or tokens to express gratitude for the path they walk. Some say that doing so brings clarity, helping them carry forward with greater respect for the lives that travel beside them. The surrounding landscape mirrors this tranquility. The hills beyond Lavender are covered in tall grass and soft windflowers, swaying like waves beneath the horizon. From their slopes, one can see the ocean stretching endlessly eastward, a gentle, unbroken mirror that seems to invite reflection. The sound of distant wingull echoes faintly against the cliffs, a soft rhythm between sea and stone. At night, Lavender Town glows in faint silver and blue, its windows illuminated by candlelight. The tower's upper chamber remains visible for miles, its beacon flickering gently like a guardian flame. Locals say it guides lost souls home, though whether that means spirits or memories depends on the listener. The truth, perhaps, is both. Lavender Town endures as one of Kanto's most meaningful places, a bridge between the visible and the unseen, where love outlasts time, and where every farewell is also a promise of remembrance. Chapter 48, Saffron City, the center of mind and motion. At the crossroads of Kanto lies Saffron City, the beating heart of the region's intellect and innovation. Unlike the seaside calm of Pallet or the mystic quiet of Lavender, Saffron hums with constant energy. It is a city of light and thought, where every path seems to lead to discovery. Here, modern Kanto was born, a place where industry and imagination coexist, where science meets psychic power, and where the rhythm of progress is balanced by the discipline of the mind. Saffron's geography reflects its role as Kanto's center. It sits at the intersection of the major trade and travel routes connecting Celadon, Cerulean, Vermilion, and Lavender. This placement made it a natural hub for commerce and culture, but also for ideas. Travelers from across the region gathered here, exchanging not only goods but philosophies. Over time, the city became Kanto's intellectual capital, a living map of its people's collective thought. The skyline is a blend of tradition and advancement. Sleek glass towers rise beside gardens filled with rare flora from every corner of the region. Monorails glide silently through the air, powered by clean energy systems developed in local research institutes. Yet amid the hum of innovation, there is still stillness. Courtyards lined with cherry trees, quiet shrines to meditation, and open plazas where trainers and scholars alike pause to reflect. Saffron does not rush forward blindly. It moves with deliberate thought, every innovation balanced by contemplation. At the city's core stands the Saffron Gym, a place that represents the height of Kanto's psychic study. Its leader, long known for unmatched discipline, teaches not only battle, but balance, the mastery of thought before action. Within the gym's mirrored chambers, challengers face not force but reflection, as every decision and emotion is amplified by psychic resonance. The experience is less a contest of strength and more a meditation on awareness. Many trainers leave the gym changed, their understanding of themselves sharper and quieter. Surrounding the gym are Saffron's twin institutions of knowledge, the Silph Company headquarters and the Psychic Research Institute. Silph Company, founded generations ago, revolutionized Kanto's technology with the creation of portable capsules, transport systems, and communication devices that made travel and exploration safer for all. Its guiding principle, progress through partnership, reflects the city's belief that innovation must serve life, not replace it. The Psychic Institute, meanwhile, explores the boundaries between thought and nature, studying how emotion, intention, and energy intertwine. Together, these organizations represent the twin halves of Saffron's soul, science and spirit, intellect and intuition. Life in Saffron flows with quiet precision. The streets are wide, lined with energy-efficient lighting that glows softly rather than harshly. Markets blend with museums, and research centers sit beside public parks where Pokémon and people share space freely. The city's soundscape is distinct, a calm hum of distant machinery mixed with the faint calls of flying Pokémon overhead. Though vast and advanced, Saffron remains deeply human. Its progress is never loud, its growth never careless. Psychically sensitive visitors often describe the city as vibrating with subtle awareness. Some believe this stems from the collective focus of its inhabitants, thousands of minds moving with intention, creating an invisible network of thought. Whether or not this is true, the result is undeniable. Saffron radiates calm intelligence, a place where decisions seem to slow and clarity becomes natural. It is no coincidence that many of Kanto's greatest inventions, philosophies, and artworks originate here. Historically, Saffron was also the site of the League's first codified laws on ethical research. Following the scientific excesses of the Cinnabar experiments, the League turned to Saffron's scholars to redefine the relationship between curiosity and compassion. Their charter, known as the Accord of Mind and Motion, remains one of Kanto's foundational documents. It declares that progress must move in rhythm with the living world, establishing the moral boundaries that continue to guide scientific exploration today. Culturally, Saffron represents balance. It reminds Kanto that intellect and intuition are not opposites but partners, that true understanding requires both. Its citizens practice meditation as readily as mathematics, and its schools teach mindfulness alongside mechanics. Even the city's architecture embodies this harmony: glass reflecting sky, stone grounding earth, and open courtyards letting light breathe between them. At night, Saffron glows like a constellation come to earth. The towers shimmer with golden and violet light, and the air hums softly with electrical and psychic energy intertwined. From above, the city appears to pulse in gentle waves, as if breathing in time with the rest of the region. It is a living reminder that Kanto's mind is not a machine, but a heartbeat, steady, focused, and full of life. Saffron City remains the center of mind and motion, the point where knowledge meets grace, and where every thought carries the quiet responsibility to care for what it understands. Chapter 49, Cinnabar Island, Flame and Rebirth. Far to the southwest of Kanto, surrounded by the deep blue of the sea, lies Cinnabar Island, a place where the boundaries between creation and destruction blur. Known for its volcanic heart and its spirit of reinvention, Cinnabar is both a cradle of science and a symbol of nature's enduring power. It is an island where flame meets ocean, where the earth itself seems to breathe, and where Kanto learned one of its most profound lessons: that renewal is born from understanding, not control. The island's most defining feature is its volcano, Mount Cinnabar. Rising steeply from the coastline, its slopes glow with faint heat, even in calm weather. Steam vents hiss softly from fissures in the ground, carrying the scent of sulfur and salt. Though now dormant, the volcano's history is written in the island's blackened stone and glassy beaches, landscapes shaped by fire and cooled by waves. During eruptions centuries ago, entire sections of the island were remade, forming the layered terraces that define its geography today. To walk across Cinnabar's shores is to walk across time itself. For generations, the people of Cinnabar lived in balance with the volcano's temperament. Early settlements were built from heat-resistant stone, their walls smooth and pale from mineral deposits. Villagers developed a deep respect for the mountain's cycles, holding ceremonies to honor the sleeping fire that sustained the island's fertile soil. This relationship between humanity and the elements became the foundation of Cinnabar's culture, a belief that strength lies not in resistance, but in coexistence. In more recent history, Cinnabar became a center for scientific exploration. Its isolated location and unique geology attracted researchers seeking to understand evolution, energy, and the origins of life. Laboratories were constructed along the island's western coast, blending advanced facilities with the natural environment. It was here that many of Kanto's most ambitious experiments took place: studies of ancient Pokémon fossils, elemental reactions, and genetic composition. Though some of these projects led to both discovery and controversy, they also gave rise to a new era of ethical reflection across the region. After a period of decline following these events, the island entered a stage of quiet rebirth. The League, in collaboration with local researchers, restored Cinnabar's laboratories as centers for ecological recovery and sustainable energy study. Today, geothermal systems harness the volcano's heat to power the island, making it one of Kanto's cleanest energy producers. Where once fire threatened, it now sustains. This transformation has become part of Cinnabar's identity, a living metaphor for renewal through humility. At the island's southern edge stands the Cinnabar Gym, its foundation built from cooled volcanic rock. The gym's teachings revolve around adaptation and rebirth. Fire, in Cinnabar's philosophy, is not only destructive, it is transformative. It purifies, reshapes, and prepares the world for new growth. Trainers who enter the gym face challenges designed to test not aggression but resilience, the ability to rise again after loss, to hold steady in heat. Victories here are celebrated not as triumphs, but as acts of endurance and learning. Culturally, Cinnabar Island reflects balance between tradition and progress. The marketplace near the harbor still sells volcanic glass trinkets and fossils collected from the cliffs, while the research district hums with quiet precision. Visitors often remark on the island's unique calm, the sense that every breeze, every wave carries both warmth and renewal. Locals attribute this to the volcano's steady rhythm, a constant reminder that even in dormancy, the heart of the island remains alive. The natural environment surrounding Cinnabar is equally rich. Hot springs bubble along the foothills, providing habitats for fire-type Pokémon such as Growlithe, Vulpix, and Magmar. The shores host colonies of Tentacool and Seal, thriving where heat and cold meet. This convergence of opposites makes Cinnabar a living model of ecological harmony, where fire and water coexist not in conflict but in balance. At dusk, the view from the volcano's rim captures the essence of the island. The sun sinks into the sea, and the horizon glows with the same deep red that once flowed from the mountain's core. Steam rises in delicate veils, and the waves shimmer with reflected light. It is a scene that feels eternal, a reminder that Kanto's strength lies not in avoidance of change, but in acceptance of it. Cinnabar Island remains, Kanto's symbol of flame and rebirth, a place where power and peace share the same breath, and where even the fiercest fire eventually gives way to light. Chapter 50: The Legacy of Kanto, Roots of a Living World. From the coasts of Pallet to the peaks of Mount Moon, from the quiet forests of Viridian to the glowing towers of Saffron, the Kanto region stands as the foundation of the Pokémon world, not only in geography, but in spirit. It is where humanity's curiosity first met the mystery of living creatures, where journeys began, and where generations learned that strength and kindness are not separate paths, but the same one. Kanto's story is not frozen in time. It is a living legacy, still unfolding through every step, every discovery, and every bond that continues to shape it. The heart of Kanto's legacy lies in its balance. Few regions embody such harmony between the natural and the human, between scientific progress and emotional truth. Its landscapes shift gently from mountain to coast, from city to field, yet all feel part of one rhythm. The forests breathe with memory. The rivers carry reflection. Even its cities, alive with innovation, remain grounded in respect for the life that surrounds them. Every place, every sound, every breeze in Kanto seems to remind the traveler of one quiet truth: that connection defines existence. This sense of balance is not accidental. It is the product of centuries of reflection, discovery, and change. From the first trainers who walked its paths to the scholars who mapped its DNA, Kanto has grown not through domination, but through listening. Each era brought lessons, that ambition must yield to understanding, that creation carries consequence, and that the smallest partnership can illuminate the grandest truth. The region's wisdom lies not in perfection, but in renewal, its constant willingness to learn, adapt, and forgive. Culturally, Kanto remains the origin of many traditions that spread across the world. The gym system, born here, evolved into a universal framework for mentorship and moral education. The Pokédex, first designed in Pallet Town, became the shared record of life for countless regions. And the League, with its philosophy of unity through discipline, continues to guide the ethical foundation of research and exploration. These systems endure not because they demand authority, but because they invite participation. Kanto's institutions are not walls, they are doorways, open paths toward understanding. Kanto's emotional legacy is equally profound. From Lavender's quiet remembrance to Cerulean's flowing peace, from Cinnabar's renewal to the Indigo Plateau's calm summit, the region invites introspection. It reminds travelers that the Pokémon journey is never truly about conquest or collection, but about witnessing the world with care. Each step through Kanto is a small act of observation, a promise to notice life more deeply. The bond between humans and Pokémon, which began here, remains Kanto's greatest gift to the world. It is a relationship founded on trust, an unspoken dialogue that teaches empathy through action. Over generations, this bond has shaped science, art, and philosophy alike. Painters find inspiration in the light of Viridian's trees. Engineers build machines that mimic the precision of Magneton. Poets still write of the first trainer who reached out a hand to a frightened Pikachu and found not a creature, but a companion. In this way, Kanto's legacy is not confined to maps. It lives in the gestures of kindness that echo its lessons across time. Even as the world evolves, Kanto endures as a quiet teacher. Its fields still hum with life, its skies still shimmer with migrating wings, and its waters still mirror the passing of the moon. Children still begin their journeys in Pallet Town, hearts full of wonder, unaware that they are walking the same paths once taken by countless others, all searching, learning, growing. The landscape itself seems to remember them, carrying each story like a whispered note in the wind. At night, when the stars rise above the Indigo Plateau, the region becomes still. From mountain to coast, from city to sea, Kanto glows faintly in the darkness. Lights from windows, from lanterns, from fires beside quiet camps. It is in these moments that the region feels most alive, not as a place on a map, but as a heartbeat, gentle, ancient, and unending. Kanto's legacy is not defined by what it built, but by what it continues to inspire. Every region that followed carries its light. Every journey that begins elsewhere still echoes its lessons. To know Kanto is to understand the beginning of everything, not only of Pokémon and people, but of the eternal dialogue between curiosity and care. It remains the root of the living world, the calm beneath the storm, and the reminder that knowledge without kindness is empty. For as long as travelers walk its paths, the story of Kanto will never end. It will only deepen, forever unfolding in the quiet spaces where the human heart meets the soul of life itself. Kanto symbolizes the origin of the Pokémon world's balance between science and spirit. Its cultural systems, the gyms, League, and Pokédex became the blueprint for all regions. The region's landscapes and traditions embody connection, renewal, and moral reflection. Kanto's legacy lives through empathy between humans and Pokémon. It endures as the beginning and the living heart of the Pokémon world.